The time is 9:34, and in order to complete the town's business in a timely manner, the following procedures will be followed for all town meetings, including those hosted on Zoom. All meeting participants must keep their microphones muted and their videos turned off, except during citizens' comments and unless called on to speak by the board. Per the Town of Crestone Board of Trustees, procedures and rules of order, specifically section 7.3, we allow 15 minutes total for citizens' comments. And during those 15 minutes, speakers will be allowed up to 3 minutes to speak, after which they will be informed that their 3 minutes are up and their microphones will be muted. Before speaking, please state your name and address for the record. If you have comments that are longer than 3 minutes, or if the time for comments by the citizens expired before you had a chance to speak, please send your comments as correspondence to Town Hall, and the board will respond to your letters. We will take citizens' comments for the 15 minutes maximum per our procedures. If multiple citizens have the same comments to make, please be brief. Should the time allotted for citizens' comments expire before you have a chance to speak, you may submit your comments to Town Hall to be included as correspondence to the board at their next regular meeting. Scott, would you call the roll?
Mayor Danforth,
Here.
Trustee Martinez,
Here.
Trustee Kinney,
Here.
Trustee Mendez Sanchez,
Here.
Trustee Pawlowski.
Here.
Absent with notice is, also present is, Scott Erickman, attorney Seth Walker will be live via Zoom at 1:30 p.m. Absent with notice are trustees Kismo College.
Thank you, Scott. Armando, our new trustee, would you please read the vision statement for us?
The vision statement?
It's beginning.
Okay, so historic Preston, Colorado is classified a small mountain town built with a community committed to sustainable living practices and spiritual traditions. The town continues to celebrate its pioneering spirit and unique diversity through contemporary self-release. Preston's goals are to exchange economic, visibility, environmental, preservation, renewable energy use in social responsibility.
Thank you. Next item is approval of the agenda. Are there any additions, deletions, revisions?
Mayor, I have a request. I have on the, a request to have an executive session at the end of the meeting. And after an exchange of emails, excuse me, Scott said that he would be willing to speak of these issues in open meeting. So I'm requesting to eliminate the executive session. And if Scott is still good with that, we can talk about it during the trustee portion of the meeting or immediately after. Not knowing that this meeting was going to come off today, I set it aside for my own personal things that I had to get done. And so I won't be able to attend the entire meeting, and I'm hoping that's okay. The other thing, and I don't know what an issue it is, but there is no minutes to be approved from the previous meeting posted on the agenda.
Thank you, Dennis. Scott, any questions about that, or what were you saying?
Oh, let's see here, you're right, there are not minutes on this meeting. I haven't finished transposing them, I will get that done, I apologize for that. As far as, discussing during, oh yeah, trustee reports, we're moving back to item 6, that should be official.
We'll have the trustees report at the end, which is, I think, I know what we talked about last time, right?
At the end of the reports, right?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Well, no, at the end of the meeting, because we have a tendency, when we put the trustee reports early, we have a tendency to go on and without taking care of our action items and proceedings. So I thought at the last meeting, we decided to put that at the end.
We can certainly do that. I had it at the end and you came in and asked me to move it to where it is now.
Well, do we put it under, the question is, does it go under the attorney's report, or does it just go at the end after the attorney's report?
Well, I moved it to where it is at your request yesterday.
Well,
Dennis won't be here.
I think if there's specific business to address, the trustees should be above, otherwise we should leave it till later and on the agenda. To address Dennis, we had a little talk through prior to the meeting, and regarding your request regarding the executive session, we agreed that that would be just an open discussion on personnel matters. However, the discussion on how the 2024 sales tax will be handled, we're moving that down to the attorney's report. If that makes sense? It's like
Yes, it does. Yeah.
J is turning into B and B is turning into J.
we actually didn't make that decision.
We haven't made that decision, but that was
But we discussed it.
thrown out on the table. Since the discussion of personal matters, we're not specifically referring to one individual that would require an executive session. So that could be just an action item. But the discussion of how the sales tax will be handled, we kind of want the attorney involved in that one. So,
That's fine. That's fine.
okay,
Okay. And I want to go ahead and leave the trustees discussion at the end, because we have a lot to do. And I want to make sure that we get through our official business and then have an opportunity for the trustees to bring up whatever they want to bring up. And we can-
Mayor,
Yes,
I set, not knowing that this meeting was going to come off today, I had set this day aside to do my own personal business. I have a business with the Veterans Administration that I can't miss. I won't be able to stay to the end of the meeting and voice my complaint. If we're going to wait to another day, I don't find, number one, I don't find that acceptable. But if I have no choice, then we'll do it.
all right, so you'd like to have the trustees discussion early on?
Yes, yes.
Surely, okay, well, let's leave it where it is then. Item 6B, and we'll make no change.
It's-
So I would is there anything else? I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Oh, real quick, we had moved the sales tax discussion to the attorney's report, correct?
That'll be under the attorney's report. Rather than changing all of the items, we'll just substitute, move J down to B under the attorney's report and move B, turn it into a general open discussion and put that, and make that item J.
He's
under item
requesting,
7.
he's requesting that that actually goes to the trustee report so that he has time to address that.
Okay,
And, well, I'm suggesting that, since, Dennis's time is limited, we leave it where it is and not make any change.
He wants us to take the executive session, turn it into an open session and put it in the trustee report, not swap it with Jay.
Not J.
You
No, I
understand?
would like to speak. I probably won't need but 5 minutes, if that. And I'm asking if I can do that early, because I will have to leave the meeting soon.
During the
Well, rather
trustee
than
report.
put it under
Yes,
reports where we make no decisions, generally speaking, we could move this and make it item A,
please,
trustee reports,
please, please.
into a discussion that could have an outcome.
Action item A.
And actually, that's also perhaps true of the, do we have the water report, in order to make a discussion, we should make that also an action item, I think.
Sorry, what is the decision that we're making with the water report?
I thought Miguel wanted to talk to us about something that might want to have an action.
Yeah, so that is already, so he's gonna give his water report as usual, and then I have the first action item as the public works water staffing structure and job posting. I think that's the section that he was
But
gonna
that's
talk to you guys
public
about,
works.
that is an action item.
Isn't that public works and not water?
What I have written is public works / water staffing structure and job posting.
Okay, good, okay. Then, well, let's move the trustees report and make that item A, and, under discussion, other action, matters, so it would become 7, that move trustees report, down to agenda item number 7 and make that A, and let all of the other numbers flow after that. Is that what you would like, Dennis?
That'd be fine.
All right,
all right, I make the motion that we approve the agenda as amended.
there's a second to that motion.
I do.
Thank you, Armando. Second, discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The agenda is approved as amended. That brings us to citizens' comments. Scott, would you keep track of the time as necessary for the, citizens' comments? Are there any citizens attending by Zoom who would like to make a comment? Are there citizens in person, Warren?
Warren Stephen, 271 West Carbonate here in Crestone. Based on the fact that the town hasn't had any financial reports and it appears to be 3 months, and there are lots of financial issues, mostly the budget coming up tomorrow. I don't understand how you can make any rational decision about any of your finances without that information. And I find it malfeasance, if nothing else, that you have done nothing to correct the situation with the accounting of the town. And in light of the fact that you are crashing and burning, I would have suggested you eliminate half of your agenda that doesn't relate to anything as important as the town going down the tubes. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments from the citizens? Hearing none, we'll close citizens' comments for today and move to correspondence to the board.
Oh, there was one additional item of correspondence that actually did not make it into the packet. So I'll just pass this out to you guys real quick. And I'll forward it to you, Dennis, on email.
Wendy.
All right, Dennis, I just, that last, email
Maybe,
that didn't make it into the packet, I just forwarded that to you.
Maybe, Scott, you might read the letter so Dennis can know what.
He
we're-
just got it emailed to him.
Oh, he has it? Do you have it, Dennis?
Yes, but I can't split the screen and I'm afraid of losing you guys if I do that. If I try to do that.
I can read it aloud, that's fine. This is from, town resident, Wendy Chandon, to the Board of Trustees. I have written you previously on this subject. See my letter concerning the energy fair and its numerous problems. This is just to reaffirm my position of limiting both the number of events annually and of the noise created. Despite the opinion of the proponents of more events and noise, the residents of Crestone are not against people having fun, dancing, and enjoying themselves. We merely ask that events in addition to the ones that Crestone is willing to host be held in those folks' own neighborhoods. Downtown Crestone is so small, the whole town is our neighborhood. I believe those of us who are directly affected and afflicted have the right to our peace and quiet and to self-determination. I strongly suggest you go back and review the survey results by town residents of the study you conducted. It clearly shows you the correct path forward. This is a vitally important issue and could determine if our peaceful little town is allowed to remain so. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration. Wendy Chandon, Crestone resident, 154 North Cottonwood.
Thanks, Scott. So, trustees, comments?
I've read all the letters and appreciate the input, and I think a lot of it is specifically in Mary's letter is being talked about and addressed. And in agreement with what Warren said, I would just as soon get down to business and move on.
Agreed.
Okay.
I know a
agree
lot of the information is, well, regarding Mary's letter, she doesn't have a lot of information and she's forming opinions, but anyway, I agree, let's move on. And I did read every word and I take it to heart.
Well, we do need to respond and we can respond, in that way. Scott will write a letter and get for my signature to each of them.
And what would you like that letter to
So
say?
we received, your concerns. A lot of this information is wrong, but, I don't, yeah. Just that we appreciate her and Warren's letters and Wendy's letter. We
Well, what
received
we-
it, we took it under consideration.
We're specifically responding to the two letters.
3.
Warren didn't write us a letter,
Oh, that was the one you sent to the,
yeah,
No.
so it looks like it's Mary and Wendy wrote us letters.
which is good to
Mm-hmm.
know.
Yeah, the one from Warren is, he had requested that his letter to the auditor, be put in correspondence with as part of public record so that exact phrasing of what it was that he was saying was kept intact.
Gotcha.
Okay. Let's move on. Reports. I would like. I have what I plan to show in the car, so it's a we have a beautiful guidebook that's being prepared, with, grant money from the Colorado Tourism Office. The SLB Tourism Association's been working on it, very energetically for a long time, and I have a draft of it that is absolutely gorgeous. It's not complete, there's still some work to be done. We hope to have it finished by the January meeting. But it is one of the more, compelling, well-done, things that have been prepared about the town of Crestone, and that as the Colorado Tourism strongly suggested, it features three things, one of which is the dark sky viewing, and there's a lot in there. It's beautiful. I was gonna show it, but it's not complete anyway, so I'll defer that to the January meeting. Trustees report. We moved that, never mind, we moved that to A. Next one is the clerk's report.
Yeah, so I've got, I didn't get you guys a written report this month, but I do have some things to report on. Let's see, I've got a meeting, on Friday with the, person doing the water rate study. She had come back and said that she was having some issues and thinks she need one more meeting, and she'll have one pager for us. And so got that scheduled for Friday, and this should be the last one. We've had a lot of meetings with her. The town hall structural rehabilitation grant was set to expire at the end of the year. So I've gotten that extended. I put that letter of extension in your packet. I am really struggling in the office. It's too much. You know, I'm doing all of the jobs back there. And I mean, I've got ADHD. It's not something that has affected me a whole lot since like high school. I've been pretty good at managing it, but it's stuff like this where there's a 1,000 different tasks and they're all high priority, that totally just triggers that kind of thing. And I kind of feel like I might be worse about that in this situation than even somebody else might be because of that. When I have so much that needs to happen in the office and so little support, it like scrambles my circuits. It makes it hard to get anything done, and make little incremental progress on a bunch of things, and it's like tough to get through those priorities. So I mean, I'm struggling, guys. With that said, I do have somebody coming in on Friday, to talk about a bookkeeping position. Her name is Kim. She's, I don't know if any of you guys know her, but apparently she's been doing bookkeeping work in the area for quite a number of years, and has a lot of QuickBooks experience. So that's a hopeful note. You got someone coming in to talk about that. And I'll let you guys know how that goes. I'm outside of that, I'm happy to answer any questions, but like I said, I mean, I've been really struggling back there, and then as you guys know, I had the family crisis last week that was really hard on us, and it's kind of like a straw that broke the camel's back kind of moment. It wasn't something that I've just been doing a lot here in town, and this broke me. I'm not doing well. So that's my report.
Thank you.
Thanks, Scott.
Some of the stuff he addressed there, and we'll be talking about
Mhm,
today.
right. So we'll defer that. Next is the water report. Miguel, come talk to us.
That's great.
What's up, boss? Thank you. How's everybody doing? Good. So I'll begin on the state inspection that was supposed to take place in November.
Can you talk into the,
Yeah, can I raise this any or?
No, maybe.
No.
it's up here.
Can you hear me? Is it on?
No, you can take it.
Or you can just talk loud too.
The state inspection that was supposed to be taking place in November was rescheduled. We'll be doing it on Monday, December 18th. And in the inspection, they just go over all the logs, samples taken, making sure everything's in compliance, monitoring plans, stuff like that. So I'll have an update after that takes place. It is done every 3 years, so we won't have to worry about it once it's done for the next 3 years. The wastewater flow numbers from September and November, 22 and 23 are attached. It's a little spreadsheet I made. If you take a look at it, it'll compare the flow numbers from the year 2022 and 2023 for the months of September, October, and November. And the way the BACA charges us is they charge us by the flow and the daily BOD pounds. And those are two different costs. So you can see, for example, in the month of, the month of September, from 2022 to 2023, we saved $523 just in flow. And for the BOD, you can see the major difference between 77 pounds and 47 pounds, which saved us 939, equaling 1,462 for the month of September comparing years. So if you take all the last 3 months that we're able to do, because that's the data we have, and this data is supplied by the BACA's actual spreadsheet that they send us in the billing. So it's their numbers that all these numbers are. The last 3 months, you see 988 for October and then 1,700 for November. December is actually the biggest month I'm waiting for because I believe the daily BOD was in the 80s on that one. And so I'm expecting the numbers to even get better because of the flow meter. We haven't installed our own flow meter. We did receive it in and we do have everything set up for it. I did talk to Craig, the fire chief. He's the one that's gonna install it. And all we're waiting for is a good day to set some concrete to hold the device. And we'll be set on that to install it and start recording our own data on that. But yeah, if things continue the way they're going, I'm expecting to save anywhere from $12,000 and $14,000 for the year, just on paying attention to the numbers. This ain't even doing anything. This is just putting the numbers in and paying attention to them. So it should only get better. Bacterial water sample was taken 182, East Galena, absent on all bacteria. I did mention we received our flow meter. Hopefully, if there's a nice day and we could get it installed in December, if the ground doesn't freeze by then. Submitted the yearly well readings, I'm sorry, to the Division of Water Resources. They're all good except the one I had mentioned previously, the museum meter. It failed inspection. For some reason, that meter froze, busted, it was replaced, but the meter they replaced it with was never, the data wasn't inputted with the state. So when the inspection took place, that meter that was there wasn't supposed to be there. it was supposed to be another meter, so all that got taken care of. Trina's the main lady at the Division of Wild Water Resources. I talked to her, we're on the same page finally. Chris Archuleta is the one that ran the test. Fortunately, when we paid for the tests, he only charges on completion of tests. So when he comes back in the spring to retest the meter, he won't charge us because we already paid for it. The 1-inch meter pit received for Adam Fry's project. He's the gentleman that's gonna take a project on over there by the liquor store. He wasn't supposed to come for like another 20-some weeks, so we got lucky on that, but I did wanna let you guys know it did come in and we charged, I think it was $1,000 for that meter pit. And that's the last thing that I actually have ordered from anywhere coming in, so we don't have any unexpected charges. Did make some updates to the monitoring report that was requested by our state inspector. We've been talking through emails. He didn't see anything online, so I did supply that to him. Like I said, he'll be here on Monday to go over the state inspection with me. I contacted Joe from Central Pump yesterday. He's the individual that's taking care of our backup pump that runs our booster pump at the water treatment plant. He's been having a hard time finding the seals for that specific pump, but he was able to find it, so he's just waiting on that and he'll send it on back on the completion of fixing it. The meeting with Akia, she's the lady in charge with the Living Wisdom, I believe, yeah. We had an appointment in November. She ran into an emergency though, so she canceled, but she told me she would reschedule as soon as she had the time. Dennis Lars, Gogan Block 40, was given the go-ahead on his sewer connection. He did pay the fee. I looked over the receipts and he did pay in full. He is also aware that the customer is responsible for all excavation costs. So we're on the same page and he's gonna start doing that. And that concludes my report.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. And then I'm not sure when you guys wanted to talk about the situation with the company.
Probably in like 5 or 10 minutes.
Okay.
You don't wanna talk about that now?
You had moved Dennis's request up to the beginning of discussion items, but we could talk
Well,
whatever y'all want.
I would like to hear what you have to say now. You're here, we're here, and it's really part of, what you would be presenting to the board while you're here yourself. So if you would like to do that, I encourage you to do that.
Okay, yeah, I've talked to a couple board members, including Scott, on my future with the company. You know, I realize that there's money problems and budgets to be cut and there, so whatever. But I think in that I'm gonna move on. But at the same time, I would still like to help the district out in leasing my license to the district for a fair price, just so you guys are able to stay in compliance with the state and still at the same time not paying out major bucks to be in compliance. I think that requires a sit down and the separation of the duties of which I would be responsible for and which would roll into whoever takes over on the public works side. Cause there's certain things I obviously can't do if I'm not here, like weekly residual readings, the water treatment plant reading. But the other stuff that I can handle, like the yearly well readings, input data, just a good sit down needs to be done in the separation of the tasks. But I think we could come to an agreement where it's good for the town, it's good for me, and we're both happy on our decision.
And what would you charge the town for doing, allowing us to use you would be our level 2 water operator.
Well, just the duties that I've been thinking that I would be able to in charge of, I was thinking around $500 a month.
Understand that's a going rate. That's a very fair and reasonable offer. And, that's typically what's being done in many locations, and it works.
I think so, and like I said, the town's been good to me. And I'm just trying to show appreciation back and I wanna help out as much as I can. I wanna see the town grow and be strong. But yeah, so set up a meeting on that later, or I don't know how that works, but
While you are still here, are you able to compile, like I noticed here, you're turning on some heaters and such.
Mhm.
I think one of the most important things we could possibly have is a winter checklist.
I can
And
do
I'm
that.
sure we've had them in the past, but if we could have like the most update version.
Yeah.
So that we don't mess anything up.
Correct. There's a lot of, like you said, winter obligations. So yeah,
Okay.
certain wells need to be turned on, pump, stuff like that. So yeah, I think that can also be discussed in the meeting where this is what needs to be done, these are the tests that need to be done. Just so we're all on the same page and
Mhm.
we can take care of the situation. Like I said, I want to thank you guys for, giving me, employment for the time you have and, feeding my family, allowing me to provide for my family and,
Well, we
Yeah.
appreciate all you've done. We appreciate you're gonna finish up with the flow meter installation and
yeah.
we appreciate, your continuing support on a contract basis.
Awesome, thank you. Any more questions? Awesome, thank you.
Thanks, Miguel.
Sir.
Or your offer to do that. That brings us to the agenda item number 7. The first item, trustees reports or questions. Dennis, would you like to speak?
Yes, I would. I'm having problems dealing with Scott in the office. Items that I've asked for to be addressed either are ignored or forgotten. I know that he doesn't like me going around him to the employees, specifically Miguel, who seems to be the only person that has been able to give me any history on anything that I've wanted or thought I needed to act as a effective trustee member. The latest episode for me is the ongoing code violation of those that are not doing any using the grease traps in their establishments. This was talked about in executive session. This was talked about in informal session. I had shut off an email and to Scott about getting to meeting with Mateo, our code enforcement officer, and addressing this problem. I know Mateo is primed and ready to go. I've not heard of any plan or way of addressing these issues with the business owners. And it's an important issue because it affects our sanitary sewer system. It's something that no one really pays attention to until something goes wrong. In an effort to try to get ahead of that, what might go wrong, something needs to be done, and it's not being done. There are other code enforcement issues that are not being addressed. Understand there's a break-in time with Mateo and that, but we've got, I don't know if the person in the oversized sheep herder's wagon is outside. It's been parked there for about 100 feet away from the front door of the building for several months. We have ordinances, we have codes against that, and nothing is being handled at all. The icing on the cake for me was Sunday. Adam and I were exchanging in the afternoon, we were exchanging emails back and forth, and Adam brought up the Monday meeting, and I don't remember the exact words, but I think I said something about what Monday meeting. It's not posted. It's not posted. I don't have any backup information. How could we have a meeting? He said, let me call Scott. I'll get back to you. And then, of course, you saw the series of emails after that. And Kim, I read your email. You were the only one that responded, at least that I saw. And I agree that the office is understaffed, but this was clearly a case of he forgot. Scott forgot to post post it. If I hadn't said anything to Adam, all of you would have probably shown up Monday morning for a meeting that wasn't posted. I know that our former, and you correct me if I'm wrong, Mayor, our former clerk went with you to get the paperwork and cancel the meeting straightened out. And it kind of saved the day. But to me, it just compounds what I'm seeing as if it's not specifically what Scott wants to do, it's not going to happen. And that's an imbalance in our system. It's not just what one person wants to do or doesn't want to do, it's everything. And the issues I'm talking about, with the exception of that meeting, the code enforcement issues have been around and have been in violation for a very, very long time. This is not new. When it was brought up in an executive meeting, I thought, good deal, we're going to get something done now. And it never happened. And something has got to change, because if it doesn't, I see us just sliding further and further back. I've lost my confidence because of the lack of, I don't know if it's understanding or what. I really feel that Scott is in over his head right now. And I think it's more than just a lack of enough people in the office. So that's all I have to say.
Thanks, Dennis. Other comments?
You and then me.
Adam?
When the board hired Leslie, they agreed to a manager-run form of local government. And in that structure, the board has to go through our manager or administrator, whom up until now has been Scott. So we've been told by previous employees, including Allison, whom everybody had a great deal of respect for, and we've been told by attorneys that board members are to go to the manager. They are not to go to the water operator or the code enforcer or the bookkeeper or the treasurer. And we've all agreed to that. And maybe that was before Dennis's time, but I think he's been told that also. So we have a responsibility to abide by that structure and those policies until we change that. And I asked multiple times when we had Leslie here, if I have a problem with our administrator, what is my course of action? I'm told by attorneys then that it is to go through the mayor, or even to do what Dennis is doing today. So I appreciate, Dennis, that you're bringing this to the board today and leading up till now. You were not following the policies of working through the mayor or through the administrator when you're taking on the responsibility of addressing and directing staff members. So moving forward, obviously there's a conflict with Dennis feeling unheard and things aren't happening. And I think that's the responsibility of the board to a certain extent, that we have not been completely able to do our jobs or know how to do our jobs to manage things appropriately. And now we're working towards that. I do think that we've been irresponsible in our direction to Scott in this case, by piling things on, asking a million different questions and expecting him to have the answer. I do think more people in the office would be supportive and helpful. And he's been telling us that, we've all known that. And I don't expect anyone in that position alone right now could be keeping up with the job. I don't necessarily know what any solutions are, but I do think it's up to the board to manage better.
Well, the situation Sunday was, with all due respect to Scott, was a problem. When I, talked to Adam and said I would look into what we could do legally, I did go see Allison because I knew that with her past training, she would be able to provide some information. I did call Seth and he was out of town. His phone was completely filled. So when we checked and found that there'd been no notice of our regular monthly board meeting placed, so obviously we could not have a meeting since there was no notice. Allison kindly wrote something which I signed and we posted it all of the 3 locations where notices should have been, and also on the doors here for in case anybody came. But I do think that was a serious problem. I also have a question for you, Scott. Did you enter into a contract for our election?
Did I enter into a contract for our election with, like an election
Into the
advisor?
microphone, say it again.
Are you asking if I entered into a contract with an election advisor?
In our September meeting, the board approved entering into a contract with Karen Goldman to pay her to do the election, for the 2024 coming up April election.
That's not what happened in September. I was able to get 2 bids. There's, as far as I was able to find from the clerk's list, there are only 2 active, certified election experts. And I got quotes from both of them. And the board asked me to look for more quotes.
So when I talked to you on Monday and I asked you about Karen's contract, you said you
I
didn't.
told you this.
Huh?
When you asked me this on Monday, I told you this.
What?
When you asked me this on Monday, I told you the same answer I just gave you.
So that was in September. Does anyone on the board remember that we had a discussion about the election official for our coming up election? We do that every year that there is an election. There has to be a resolution in December appointing the election official and establishing the date of the election. Failure to do that is a serious thing. And I know that we now have a resolution, which I haven't seen yet, that sets the date for the for the April election. However, it also has to have the designation of the election official, and there should be a contract before we do that.
We do need to get a contract in place. The election official is always the town clerk. The person that we hire is considered an election advisor. It is not the official that's listed on the resolution.
There is a state statute that requires this to be done in.
And we could appoint election workers for each election held.
I know, but the point I'm making is not the election people who are going to preside at the election. I'm talking about the election official who's going to do all this work. Which originally we talked about Judy Egbert, because Allison wasn't gonna be available. And then that didn't happen, and then I believe that in the September meeting, Scott presented Karen Goldman. And I didn't have a chance to look at the September minutes. Is there nothing in the minutes that says that?
Oh, no, I definitely presented a quote from Judy Egbert and Karen Goldman, and no decision was made.
But I've never seen a contract. I've never signed a contract.
Yes, because no decision was made.
So will we address that under the attorney's report regarding the municipal election?
I had an action item on here, election coordinator.
Okay.
Well, I'm only saying, and then we'll let it go, that that is something that is, the election rules are very strict. And this is an absolute deadline that I understand has to do, have a resolution that does as a minimum two things. One is set the date for the election, and two, establish our election official who's going to do all this work. And by the first week in January, the packets have to be mailed out. We should have entered into that contract a long time ago, as opposed to waiting until Christmas season to do it. So that's, I've never heard of a town that didn't meet that resolution requirement in a timely manner. So that's what my concern is.
Mayor, you asked the question, is any board member remember that? Yes, I do remember it. You said it in September. And as I recall, there was some deadline set as well.
Yes, I recall that too, and that's my concern. So if there are there any more comments concerning from the trustees before we move on?
Oh, can I respond?
Of course.
Sure.
So, I mean, I agree. I feel like I've been put in an impossible situation. And like I just said, it's specifically a situation that is bad for me personally, because when I have a million things to do, like I said, it makes it so really difficult for me to do any of them, and it creates this whole stress problem. I came here, I mean, I care. I am trying to do a good job, and I like to do a good job. I don't like doing a bad job. I feel like I'm been put in a position where I don't know how I could possibly do a good job. And it's been in my administrative report for months that this is unsustainable. I can't cover all these positions, and things are gonna start slipping through the cracks, and eventually I'm gonna drop the ball on something. I've been forecasting that to you guys for months. I've been telling you that this isn't working. I interviewed 6 candidates several months ago, to get some help in the office, found 2 that I thought were good, and asked the hiring committee to make the final decision. Dennis, what is the status with that?
There is no status. Benjamin and I had tried to meet with the candidates. I can't remember the young lady's name. I think it was Jennifer. Had found another job, and we were trying to set up another meeting, which was to include you, and it just never happened. I have a series of texts between myself and Benjamin that at a better time I can show you where we tried to make that attempt, and on several occasions where I referenced your involvement, and nothing ever came of it. I don't know if the young man that had applied for the job is still interested. I haven't talked to him. And so, yes, it's gone nowhere. But I can't say it's been anything because either Benjamin and myself individually or collectively have done. He's been gone for 3 weeks. I think he's coming back today, and we can sure pick it up. But simultaneously, to remind you, when we went into the finance committee, and there was a stall on most, or a postponement on most anything to do that was going to include new employees or the additional spending of money until things were nailed down a little bit better, quite a bit better, actually.
Yeah, I do remember that situation. I also remember saying that I need help immediately, and this isn't working. And so, I mean, really where I'm at right now is this, and I understand you tried to set it up and they didn't get back to you. I have had a couple more people apply since then. You haven't communicated that to me that anything has happened. So it's just been a standstill. And I can understand that, you know, things get away from me too. But this is the situation that I feel like I'm in. I feel like I've been put into an impossible position. I can't succeed doing this. I'm not getting the support that I need. It doesn't, even from that answer, that it needs to be more concrete, it doesn't really feel like, I just don't really believe it anymore that I'm gonna get support. I kind of feel like I've been, like it's just gonna be dumped on me, until things start to fail, and then the blame is gonna be put on me, even though I've been saying for months that this isn't working. I will also say that, this weekend, what happened this weekend, I didn't forget, Dennis. You hadn't talked to me at all. You didn't reach out to me. I mean, I said that I was in a rapidly escalating family crisis. I've not been doing well. You're just assuming that I forgot, which is weird to me, that you haven't even reached out to me or anything to talk about that. Monday morning, when I came into the office, Irina, you cornered me like the second I got there. And I felt like that conversation that we had was inappropriate. You dragged out for me the personal details of what this crisis was, and then I felt that you were dismissive of it. And then I felt like you, once again, put a lot of blame on me. And what happened, I mean, this was a system failure, that this meeting didn't happen. I'm sorry that happened. That's not what I want. But that is what happened. And yeah, I do not feel like I got a respectful response from you, Mayor, regarding that. I am surprised to hear that Dennis is just assuming that I just didn't do the work. I mean, one other thing, the note that you guys put up, it didn't reference that it had been canceled because of a family emergency. It just said the meeting isn't happening because Clerk Ayersman didn't do the work. That's pretty rough,
So I don't wanna belabor this, but
No,
what I
I'm
got,
not done talking here.
Sorry?
Where I'm at here, guys, is, the end of my rope. I'm gonna get you guys through the January meeting. And then I think you're on your own. Because I'm not, like I said, you've put me in an impossible situation. I'm not getting the support that I need to make it work. And when things are going wrong, the blame is just being put on me. And that doesn't work for me. I want to do a good job. It hurts me to not be able to do a good job. And I'm not willing to be in a position where I'm set up to fail any longer.
so what I said, which was what you're talking about, I simply asked, you told me you had a personal crisis. You told me that your cat had died and going up, led up to the last few days. What I said was, but why didn't you just communicate with us back around Wednesday when the crisis, your problems began, so that we could have taken care of that ourselves if we'd only known? That was the point I made. The other point that is very concerning to me is that there was a meeting in September, the board, my recollection, and I haven't read the minutes, but on my recollection strongly is that we agreed to go ahead and we asked you to enter into a contract with Karen Goldman to do the election. And that was in September when we had Lisa and our bookkeeper and we had, and even in Allison's final report, when she left, she talked about the fact that we had this contract with Karen Goldman, which apparently didn't happen, and that we had to be sure to do this resolution because we needed to get somebody working the election law rule. Election laws are strict, and this is an absolute thing that we have to be sending out these packets and doing the work.
Yeah, I can pull those minutes. That's not what happened. In actuality, we got two bids. Judy Egbert is who we've worked with many times in the past. Hers was the lower bid. She's the one that we would have gone with. But regardless.
I'm not gonna argue, I'm gonna go with the minutes. Armando and then Kim.
Yes, I feeling that we go in circle right now here. Obviously, we have problems, and I think it's, in both ways, and the office and us. Because if he didn't reach us, we should reach him, and we let, right now, everything on him. I noticed for months and months ago, things started locking out for my planning commission meetings too. But you not can come and put everything on him when we not give you the help that he needs. Even if all those things that you saying that happen, it's obviously he sees overwhelming with the work. Maybe they were, maybe not, but I think he's ended right now. So I think it's the board problem that we not be able to help for him or people on the office. So doesn't matter at this point what it should be happening or not. We failed too, because it's with the board, you know, those things, you should be contacting, hey, there is no announcement for the meeting, what's happening? But we didn't. So you cannot really push everything on him right now. He's explaining for months and months, there is no help for him. So I, at this point, I think go around it to figure out is his fault or our fault. I think we should figure out what we're going to do now, because he's going to be here for another month.
The other thing I said to Scott was, why don't you have help? The board encouraged you to go ahead and hire whoever you know.
No, the board did not give him hiring powers. We retained that.
Yeah.
We created a hiring committee. to do that.
Correct.
I said encourage them to go
Yeah.
ahead and,
I just think we should figure out what we're going to do now, because we screwed. Not him, us, as a board.
And my turn?
yeah.
Okay, a couple different things to address Adam, review regarding, the managerial control. That's because you can't have too many chiefs. You can't have 7 people telling Gretchen, this needs shoveled and that culvert needs cleaned.
Right.
You have to have one contact person. That's regarding that. Yes, we control that individual, the administrator, manager, whatever you wanna call them. We control them. They report to us
Collectively.
to let them know, and they report to the individual. You can't have 7 boxes. Regarding the, Dennis's comment about the code enforcement and the sheep herders vehicle. Number one, the code enforcement has no legal authority at all. We could put tickets all over the thing. And he does move it every couple of 48 hours, I think. He's pretty diligent about that. So it's hard to nail him down. No, I don't like seeing that thing parked downtown. I don't like seeing it parked at the post office, but we have very little authority. As long as he moves it every 48 hours, whatever. And another thing, these sovereign citizens that refuse to give their names or addresses, it's hard to ticket them. And then it costs us money for our judge to prosecute them when they failure to appear. Another thing, we have lost since I've been on this board, it's 3.5 years. In the last 2 years, we have lost 15 qualified individual employees. Granted, some of them could go, they were seasonal, whatnot, but they were getting trained to take the slack off. Yeah, we were a little top heavy with the employees, but, we had a good board. We've also lost 3 good board members. We are such a diverse, I mean, we've got business owners, we've got, an Hispanic, we've got, an old timer, we've got an editor, we've got a really diverse board that we don't get along. But you know what? We get things done. If you ask the 138 registered voters in this town what color the sky is, you're gonna get 138 answers. Okay? That's why you vote our constituents vote for board members, so that we can represent our little bunch. And it's even difficult with 7 people to agree on anything. It's called compromise and get along. But I'll tell you, staff, you cannot run a ship without a crew. And I've been adamant about this from day one. I told you before, you're gonna get stretched too thin. I told Miguel he was gonna get stretched too thin. And look, what 2 prime people. Miguel, you know what it's gonna cost us to replace him? My God, we don't have enough. How much it's gonna, granted, you're no Andrew Del, but you're a pretty close second. And I'll tell you, I'd give my front teeth to get you some help. Somebody, if we hire a bookkeeper, they could also answer the phone and do correspondence and open the mail and just the data input. You get a check, punch it in. You know, there's ways to save some money and to treat you right. To treat you right. And you could delegate some authority if you had somebody. And I'm telling you, the office personnel is very, very important, just as much as public works. And you wanna complain about how much it's gonna cost? Well, I'm sorry, if you gotta spend money to make money to save money. And if you don't, as long as I've been here, 58 years now, this has been my home residence, 58 years. And we have never gone in the red. We cut back, we don't have the money, we don't spend it. We have never been in the red, and you keep throwing this panic attack.
Are you talking to me?
Yes, I'm talking directly at you.
But then I'll tell you
We
exactly.
have never been in the red. I still have the floor. I still have the floor. We have never been in the red. We will survive. Crestone is a vital little community. I don't wanna be Steamboat Springs. I don't wanna be Telluride. I don't wanna be Creed. I don't want a bunch of tourists coming in and coming and going, leaving their trash and crapping on us and splitting. No, I wanna keep Crestone, the home I love, the home I'm gonna be buried in. I just want us to treat each other right, treat our each member of our board right, our staff right. Now, if Gretchen got sick and we got 4 foot of snow, oh my God. What would happen?
Probably Andrew.
Probably for free. Him and Jim Homer out there, yeah, for free. And that's what we used to do. I'm willing to give up my pay, my whole $108 a month. We got a raise. It used to be $99.73 a month for 8 meetings a month. Yeah. Okay, I'm willing, and Benji even, he'd be willing to give up his pay just to support our staff. Okay, I'm off my soapbox.
So that was well said. We did agree, we worked closely. One of the things I always prided myself on was you and kids, I knew what, but I worked with kids. We did not spend what we didn't have. I remember that we had a wish list every year, and I remember for a number of years, our wish was to put street signs that said what street was what. And we could only do like 4 or something a year, and we didn't have any money to pay for
And
labor.
Andrew and I put the first 6 up.
And that's why, and the reason that we don't have any, streetlights in the residential area, I was a trustee and early on trustee when the bill came from REC and we just didn't have the money to pay it. And somebody said, well, if we got rid of the residential lights, it'd cut about half of the bill out and we could pay it. So we called up REC and they came and took out all our residential streetlights and we paid the bill. The next month, one trustee said, you know, kind of like it dark. And another one said, yeah, I do too. Another one said, well, why don't we just leave them that way? So we did. But we acted prudently. I do want to say about Miguel, so what he's going to do for us is what I mentioned at the meeting is the common industry practice. He's gonna be our level 2 water operator. He's gonna charge us $500 a month. We can hire somebody in public works.
And right now, he is also the public works superintendent, Gretchen's under.
No, well, Gretchen is vital to us. That is.
That's her boss.
That's a battalion.
Well, I'm just giving you my opinion. Gretchen and Public Works, we have to have. And, we can now use take somebody in Public Works, as we've done we did with Ann Bundy. Send them to school to be a level 1, and Miguel will guide us through do the reporting, the monthly samples and so forth. So, that frees up money for public works. So that's where that is. Anyway, any more comments before we move on? Go ahead, Adam.
I don't know if it's the mayor's job, or collectively the board's job. We've had conflict resolution opportunities brought to us and we've always pretty much rejected them. But we need to get clear and essentially enforce our structural policies of who gets talked to, by whom they get talked to, and then when there's a conflict, how it gets dealt with, respectfully and appropriately. And we don't have that in place right now.
So I'd like to answer that. A long time ago and repeatedly, CML attorneys have advised us that, for instance, if a newspaper asks a question, we should speak with one voice and we should wait until the board has actually made a decision and then report that. And it's not appropriate for either me or for the mayor or a trustee to make comments before the board has made a decision. And I mentioned that to Kissing last week and she remembered that. We've heard that several times.
But that doesn't apply to internal conflict.
No,
That's what I'm saying, is that we have no policy or structure in place to deal with that. So in this case, we have a trustee who has felt unheard for as long as he's been a trustee, which maybe is 4 months or something. So he's not feeling heard and addressed. And then when he now has a conflict with an employee and there's no policy or structure in place for him to address that other than making this complaint at a public meeting. So moving forward, I think we need to, as a board, work towards creating a way to handle that situation.
And I think that anything we do in that respect, also we need advice from our attorney because because of the legal issues involved with that. I agree that is, but it's something that's been an issue for a long time and we've not, I've always listened to what the attorney said, whether what is a public discussion.
We also had Allison Ransom, when she was here, recommend an ethics training course to us that we decided not to take and not to enter into.
We have.
And then she also left us that letter as one of our most respected previous employees that said, you need to work on how you as a board address the staff and not go around the administrator and so on and so on.
That's true.
And we didn't clearly take that to heart either. So we need to commit to creating solutions there.
And in that same report, she said it is vital to get an election official, and she had recommended that we contact GDA.
Right, but that's not,
Well, I know
that's
it's a
not
different
what
thing, but it
we're
is,
talking about.
it's supremely important
Of
that we
course.
follow the election law. Scott, it's your turn. Go ahead, and then we're gonna have a 10-minute break.
Oh, it was just a small thing. I do agree that the policy is for trustees to go through the administrator. But with that said, Dennis, you mentioned something about how I haven't been happy about you meeting with Miguel. I just don't know what you're referring to. That is the policy. To be honest, your meetings with Miguel, I have no problem with that. They seem like they've been productive. He's the guy that has the information that you need. I guess I'm unsure of why you feel that I have a problem with that, or that this is something that we have a conflict over.
No, what I said, or the point I was trying to make, is Miguel, or the emails that I've written have not gotten responded to in a timely manner. I asked once, I asked twice, I asked 3 times. As Adam pointed out, there's no effective way for someone like myself to communicate. And I'm the type of person that if I keep asking for something and I'm not getting it, I'll go out and start digging myself. And I've talked to former board members and got information from them. I've talked to non-board members, citizens. I've got information from them. I think I might be wrong with the exception of the first time, but I think every time I've spoken with Miguel, I've either told you about it, told him that I had requested, or that we had had that conversation. Uh, I remember very clearly sitting in meeting, looking at the screen to the folks who are putting the project together, the Living Wisdom Center, whatever it's called, and confident because you had told me that none of the information that they said we had, we did not have. I spent, I, that went on, I think I emailed you or it was a phone call. I said, I'm coming down to the office to look for this stuff. Within 5 minutes after you had guaranteed me that none of that stuff was there, and this is months ago, I found it within 5 minutes. And so I'm wondering what's going on. Plan commission had to have the stuff. Why do we not have it? We're actually the keeper of the records, and it was there. After me looking at those ladies in the screen and saying, no, we don't have it. Another very embarrassing moment for the board. So that's hashing up old stuff. It's gone. We've got to move on, like Armando said. But I can tell you my confidence level is very, very low. And I have to get going. I am so sorry that I can't continue with this. Kim, I see that you have an item about ideas for revenue. I would like to hear that. I won't be here. Maybe you can email it to me. Hopefully it'll be in the minutes. I'd like to hear that stuff. And so at least thank you for today.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll get that out. It's just small stuff, but just ideas, brainstorming.
It's all good.
It
It's all
is.
good. It might be the magic wand, you know?
Big
don't know.
Big thing, big savings.
Oh, and I need your signature on, anytime that you're in town.
I'll be in
stop by.
town tomorrow. I'll be in town tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
The time is 10 of 11. We're gonna have a 10-minute break. When we come back, we have a lot of action items to go through. And we'll start immediately with the public works, waters and staffing and just structuring. So 10 minutes. We'll resume at 11.
Getting old first.
Oh,
I'm happy
Well-
to find out who and how well it's gone.
For my part, we have a number of things that we need to do that we're not being able to do. I don't see anything in here that leads me to want to pursue this. Grant administration, it's grant reporting. We have many things we need to do, in my mind, that have a far higher priority than applying for this grant.
Okay.
That's
That-
only my opinion.
What is the point for your grant, like, for the town to do it?
Why there?
Yeah.
Because Baca and the town had odds in a number of ways.
So these people got together with both groups and talk about it?
That would be the idea. It's an outlier application because they want a minimum population of 2,500, but I was gonna make the case for the Baca population and the town population coming together and see if they'll split it based on that.
So in the interest of moving along with our agenda, we still have a number of items and it's already 11:45.
Okay.
Unless there's any interest on the part of any of the trustees in discussing this further, I would suggest that we thank Nancy for bringing this to our attention, but take no action today. Okay. Next is a request from Nathan Good, town hall style meeting request.
Yeah, I think I misunderstood what I put in the packet. I think I misunderstood his request. It is, in the packet, it's just a request to talk about this in January. But then I talked about it to him on the phone. I thought he was wanted to present it at the December meeting. I gave him a call, but I haven't gotten in touch with him, that's why he's not here. That said, I did find a separate email that he had sent that explains what he's trying to do. He actually has set it up for December, so it's really just, something that I think he's requesting, any board members that would like to be.
Aren't they having, something like that at the cloud station on Saturday?
Yep, that's exactly what his is. I just didn't understand that at first.
In the town hall meeting, they're kind of concerned about with this flyer for what?
Town hall is a general description of public gatherings, so it doesn't have to be specific to the municipality. And my understanding is they're having a gathering of residents and community members. And probably talking, I would say it's very much in alignment with what she just proposed. It's pretty much people getting together and proposing ideas, concerns, solutions, and so on. So my understanding was that any support from the town at this point in time could only look like up to 2 board members attending, if they're
Well, I
interested.
had planned on going just to
You
find
do?
out what,
Right,
yeah,
cool,
just
great.
to find out what, are you trying to fix us or what, what?
It's not even specific to the
Okay.
municipality. Of course, I'm sure they'll talk about the municipality. And then, so if you are going, I think only one other trustee can go.
And I know I cannot speak for the board because I'm just one individual, but I just wanted to go to see
Sure, great,
what the
awesome.
heck was.
I'm not sure, legally, if going to a public meeting, you can go as a, without, speaking for the board. I'm not sure that we cannot attend. I was planning to go too.
Great, I'll be in Denver, so, but awesome. I think attending and, I think you can speak as a resident who's also a trustee. Obviously, you're not gonna be making any decisions, but.
We can speak as a resident, but if you remember, our CML attorney said, no matter if you say you're speaking as a resident, you're still, it's construed that you're, at some level that you're a trustee, so, I think that's almost impossible to do. I plan to go and not speak myself.
All right,
So we move on?
yeah.
All right. Moving right along.
Tree service.
Tree service, this is
Yeah, so
the tree service.
I can give a little like explanation. This is not something that, this is probably something that we can kick into the new year. It's really just we found a couple reliable tree guys who will actually come.
I like your options.
Yeah, Gretchen feels like they've given us pretty good rates, and there was one specific problem tree that was overhanging somebody's new build, and it had to be cut down, that's how they got involved in the first place. While they were here, Gretchen took them around, showed them some other problem trees that would work, and they were nice enough to put together a contract, or not a contract, a quote for it, just for the future, so they quoted it out for each tree. They also put a lump sum quote at the bottom that is at a bit of a discount. So I just wanted you guys to have that.
Thank you.
So does this thing have to be like a job that other people have to apply for the same?
It's not really a job, it's a one-time contract thing.
Yeah.
They wouldn't become employees of the town. Depending on, if we were to go with if we were to do just one or two trees, it's inexpensive enough that we wouldn't necessarily have to, get bids or request proposals. If you guys wanted to go with the discounted option of doing all of them, that is enough money that would require us to gather a couple of additional.
Who's these people? Do you know them?
I mean, I kind of know, I've met them.
Like, you know the names?
Yeah, Corey Hogg. And, we don't remember his partner's name. They were, let's see here, Benjamin had actually referred them to me.
Yeah, because we have a lot of people in town, they could do the job too. And I don't know these people.
Are they insured?
I meet some people that were camping the other day when Aaron and we went to see a smoke, for fire related, and they introduced to us, I think, these two new people coming from out of town. So, I would prefer the job would be done for somebody in town.
Yeah.
Instead to, I mean, I don't know, all the business that are welcome, definitely, but,
Evan?
I don't think this is by any means our most up-to-date draft of the budget. But we have a little bit of money in there for tree removal, it's under 5,000. I don't think he's asking us to decide on anything right now anyway, it's just information for the future.
so that'd be great, okay, cool.
Okay,
Next.
so. Move on.
Budget calendar.
Yeah, so this was just for your information, really. You may have remembered that there was, some talk about Proposition HH, which was going to change the property tax. The information that the county assessor's office sent out, for setting our mill levies, was based on the assumption that Proposition HH was going to pass. It didn't pass, and so nobody has the right numbers. So they've extended that deadline. Normally it would be the 15th of this month, and we would get that resolution done today, but we don't have those numbers yet, so they extended the deadline. We're gonna have that resolution on the next board meeting. And that's the situation here, that's why we're not doing the levy right now.
So how does that affect the budget? Which is due by December 31st unless they change that.
They changed that as well, it's January 31st. For the same reason, so yeah, when we get those,
So tomorrow's meeting is a waste of time.
well, I had requested those new numbers, man, let me think.
I think that we put into our budget proposal to essentially leave them the same, I thought, no major increase or decrease.
Right, it's roughly $15,000.
So if HH didn't pass, that means I'm understanding we'll either expect more revenue or we'll have the opportunity to decrease our mill levy and expect the same revenue. So as far as passing tomorrow, if we were able to, the difference would be up to several $1,000s added revenue on property taxes. Which to me still seems passable, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, no, I think that you're right. I mean, if we get additional, I'll have to double check that that is, because Proposition HH was reducing property taxes, is that right?
Something like that.
I'll have to double check and make sure that that was what we're doing and not the opposite. But if that is the case, then that means that it's really not much of a problem. We can get more revenue than we budgeted for. We just can't spend that overage in that year. So if we budgeted for, you know, a couple $1,000s lower than what it ends up being, that's not really a problem.
And speaking with Elaine and kind of Dennis yesterday on email, I was proposing that we maintain this finance or budget committee to meet at least monthly to kind of gauge and keep
I think that's
the
a
board on track.
very good idea.
So if we end up with $4,000 more in tax revenue, then that committee will be tracking that, watching that. I don't think we'll ever not create a supplemental budget in a timely manner again, as long as we can track, maintain responsibility, be witnessed by a budget committee. Now we know, I think every single person here, you'll figure out, knows that we have to make timely and then supplementals
And
for the rest of our lives.
it's prudence that, so we never repeat this past year.
Correct.
Never.
So, yeah,
Strongly support.
and I think we're talking about a few $1,000s, but maybe I don't really know. Okay.
Next item. Comments?
Sure.
Go ahead, Alan.
It sounds like based on our conversation so far that Scott is beyond capacity and likely leaving us after January. So that gives us a short time to either improve the situation and that he stays, or to pass the torch. So we're gonna interview a bookkeeper. We're going to, and I believe we've advertised for that.
Yep.
Okay, and then we're going to have to probably advertise for a variation of Scott's position starting in January.
Right, which, we can discuss as an agenda item. But I think that we would not need to have an interim town administrator. We could go
I don't
back.
think we'll ever do that again, yeah.
I don't think we
Uh,
need to do that again.
And so I know of somebody else who's interested in assistant to that position, but not willing to take that position because it's too much right now. But that person might have the opportunity to learn also. So at the very least, I think we immediately need to be within the parameters set forth by the 2024 budget proposal, get an assistant in there, get a bookkeeper in there, whether or not even that's that same assistant, and advertise for those positions so that in January we have maybe Scott with limited decreasing hours, an assistant with increasing hours, who's willing and excited to learn,
So-
and possibly a bookkeeper.
So we should talk about the
Bookkeeper
bookkeeper,
answers phone.
because we are required to have a town treasurer.
And clerk.
Right, Scott's the clerk, so we'll be advertising for that position.
So the question is, we're gonna have a treasurer, are we gonna have a treasurer and a bookkeeper?
I think we, within the budget proposal, budgeted for a low-paid treasurer at 5 hours a week.
That's what we started out to do with Lisa.
And again, our total administration number is the one that is the parameter. So if we need to decrease Scott's hours or an assistant's hours, or pay that treasurer, right now it's $20 an hour for 5 hours a week, maybe it becomes $25 an hour for 4 hours a week, and we decrease some of Scott's hours. We just have the overall total is the parameter that we have to fit into. So Yes, I guess we need to
We
advertise for
need
a
to
treasurer.
advertise for a treasurer.
Again, with a range of 4 to 6 hours a week, $20 to $25 an hour. Something like that.
You have an ad up at the post office for a treasurer.
I'm sorry.
We've had an ad up at the post office for a treasurer.
So we've already advertised?
Yeah, when I said bookkeeper, was assuming we were combining the bookkeeper and treasurer roles. And so I've advertised for a treasurer, not necessarily bookkeeper.
Okay,
Again,
We need to post.
so that's who's coming in for interview? They might be interested in treasurer?
maybe,
And we need to post that on our website too.
He's saying he's already posted that.
oh, I posted it at the post office. I need to get in touch with SIPA, we're at the website issue again.
So in theory, if you were to maintain through January and you were able to hire a treasurer who can maybe assist with bookkeeping, and then we're able to hire a front desk person, could we fit all of those into that total budget initially, as we're making transitions?
Treasurer,
3 people
I think so.
versus one
They're all
person.
part-time. Mhm.
Okay, so I'm gonna point somebody in your direction for front desk,
Cool.
who might be interested in learning more.
Mhm.
But maybe not, but even just having somebody in there
Yeah,
would be helpful.
okay, that sounds good.
So,
And, and I will absolutely, help transition.
Okay.
When I say that, I think Jamie was in my last meeting, that's not to say that I'm cutting ties with the town. I mean, I love this town, I wanna support the community. I like you guys, I wanna support you guys also. It's just not working for me, but I will do, I mean, I'm not gonna leave you guys completely high and dry.
Yeah, you would have done that like 2 hours ago if you were gonna do that.
They're our months.
Sure.
so I want to go back and talk about the treasurer for a minute. I agree, I believe that when Lisa was hired, it was with the understanding it would be about $500 a month. But I do think that we should have as a requirement for our treasurer that it be certified public accountant or some significant experience with the job, so that we don't just hire a bookkeeper and call her a treasurer.
I don't think you're gonna get a certified public account for
I'm
$20.
not sure that we are, but I'm not sure that we shouldn't start out with that, because that's part of our problems is where we are now. And I just should not repeat that one either.
So
CPA.
number
or
one priority
commensurate experience.
is that we legally advertise for positions, that we work within the parameters of the budget proposal, and that we get help in the office. And that we fill our state required positions. Is there anything there that you need support in or that hasn't been dealt with yet? Legally posting for a clerk, has that been done?
No.
But you've been hired as a clerk. Well, we legally posted for administrator,
Yeah.
and you applied for that,
Mhm.
and we hired you for that. And then we changed his job title to clerk.
Well, we're required to have that.
We appointed him as clerk. So I would say he's legally hired right now,
Yeah.
but we might wanna advertise for a replacement.
Mhm.
Yeah. I'll get that posted.
Anything else regarding staffing? Let's move on and see if we can finish the rest of these before 12:30. Kim, ideas to improve revenue. And I encourage you, because this is what we need to do. We need to be looking at savings where it's appropriate. This is good. Please help. Go ahead.
Okay, well, it's just brainstorming. I thought of 3 more last night, but didn't write them down. But just little things, the park revenue, okay, our parks have been overrun with these events. I think if we raise the fee on the parks rental per day, we're at $100, POA is at $100. I think if we price ourselves out of business, we might get a year's break. Let the grass grow back and one thing or another. Small events are cool, but not the big ones. And we agreed last January that we were gonna start whittling down on these large events. But I think if we increased our rates in that regard, our picnic table, or I mean, our tables and chairs, we've been loaning to people, we haven't been charging for them. When Akia was manager, I remember trying to have a sweet 16 for my boy. And it was gonna cost me like $700 just to rent the tables and chairs, and I live right across the street. She was adamant about charging for those. We just give them away and hope to God we get them back. The stage we have not rented, the portable one. That's been kind of a gimme. We need to start collecting on some of these things. The REC bill, we have 5 meters, $47 a minimum per month. For this bill, that room, this room, that room, this room, and that room. If we got all, just on 1 meter, it would be 1 minimum of $47 instead of 5 minimums of $47. And we don't even charge our tenants that, we just eat it. We could also raise the rent on that, which is $800 a month, that is $500 a month, and we're not getting a dime out of the greenhouse. Which apparently last year we had 2 people that were willing to pay $500 a month, which I was not aware of, but we're giving it away. You know, we need to be constant about, when there are events, small or large, that we do charge for the water and power. That's $25 a day. I don't know how consistent we are with collecting that money. But also with raising the prices on the rental of the parks, you know, that takes care of the trash, the extra maintenance, the extra mowing, the extra cleanup, you know, whatever. With this charging station, you know, I was thinking about that. You know, we've had that thing for over a year, almost 2 years. And the first year, it wasn't recording. So the town didn't get a dime out of it. People were getting it for free. And then they recalibrated it for some odd reason. And now we're charging them, but the town's not getting a kickback. There's a problem there. We need to start making some money off of that charging station. And I haven't seen any documentation that says so.
That's, go ahead.
Yeah, I can give you a little bit of an update on the charging station. I've been reaching out to them for really all year, trying to get something done, and they put in a ticket and they say that they can't help, the enterprise support team needs to reach out to me, or the commercial support team, and it never happens. I finally got in touch with someone like last week, who informed me that they had done like a structural change, which made it so that I had to deal with the commercial support department, but they have not yet created a commercial support department. So anyway, if we have that support department, and he's working with me to get the thing actually charging. Once it is, we should keep a close eye on the revenue coming in from that and how much we're paying for it. Because looking at even though it hasn't been charging, I was able to get into the portal with the support rep's help and look at the usage. It does not look to me like, well, we pay a base rate at that, you know, to have that, it's its own meter. I'm not sure that the usage that it gets.
I
At
see
the
a
rate
car
we have
every
it set.
other day.
I know, there's a car there every other day, so it may be still a system with the device or an issue with the device or their system. But from what I'm seeing, it just shows really relatively low usage. Maybe people just topping it off. We should, once we get it fixed, we gotta keep a close eye on it, because I'm not 100% sure that it does pay for itself.
That's a problem that the county knows about, and they talked about in the meeting last night. They're working on that, so we should be getting money. Yes, we need to keep an eye on it, but, when you're finished, you brought up something that I also would like to add.
Cause I wouldn't even mind getting an extra one down there at Creekside Park, you know, if the time.
We will get, we
If
will,
it
are gonna
gets-
get paid.
If it's feasible, you know, because the electric cars are coming, 2040. Everybody's gonna have.
They were paid for by the
I
county,
was
and the
allowed-
county grant is six.
I was a little
You
concerned
should-
about the long and short-term rentals. Now, these people have paid their business licenses, right? For instance, Electrum, she pays a business license for her year.
Well, the Electrum, she missed a few years. I did finally get her to pay up this year.
Okay, now I remember when we had the apartments down there, we had to pay a tourism tax. And that went to the county and we would get a cutback from that. For like hotels, motels, holiday inns, blah, 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 the business owner had to pay a tourism tax. And it was for a brochure that they put out every year or something or other. But other businesses didn't have to pay, it was for overnight lodging kind of thing. And I don't know about the Airbnbs, if they have to pay that tourism tax, and where's our cut?
I can answer that.
Okay,
The lodging tax is collected by the county. And for, the lodging tax goes to the state. And for Airbnbs and all associated sorts of short-term rentals, as a tourism council, we just noticed a few years ago that a lot of them were not paying it. So we made a list of all of them, yeah, and submitted that list directly to the county treasurer, who sent it to the Bureau of Revenue. At the end, all the various Airbnbs were notified. Some people were not happy with the tourism council, but right now, Airbnbs are reporting, lodging tax to the county. The county tourism council, Saguache County Tourism Council administers the lodging tax. And, so for instance, we had a meeting last night and sort of along the lines of what you're talking about. I mentioned the last meeting and again last night, we're gonna do something about it, that our museums, there's a museum in Saguache, the town of Saguache, and there's a museum in the town of Crestone. The Tourism Council does nothing to help, finance those or promote it. It does absolutely nothing. It's underrated and not promoted. So, the Tourism Council is looking into perhaps being able to provide some revenue to each of the two museums and to promoting it, putting it on their websites. That can bring, there are people who like to go to museums. We have an excellent museum. People don't even know about it. So anyway, and the Tourism Council is administering the money and the money is being paid. Well, except for, hippie camping, and they're not paying it, and so we're gonna do a same sort of thing with them and send that to the state, so, because they're not paying anything.
What is this?
oh, just camper. They camp for days and days and days.
Okay.
Anyway, that's about all I had.
But that's a lot of good ideas.
Well, just, you know, any little things, you know, and you could charge one business $10, or you could charge a bunch of businesses 1 penny. And it all makes the same difference.
Warren?
I would like to commend Kim for that list. Okay, and add to it. One of the business licenses is paying only a fraction of what they should be paying. And two, I can think of at least two commercial properties that are paying residential taxes. And
I would be
therefore, you're
residential.
you're not the person I'm talking about. I'm saying there are at least two people paying residential taxes on commercial establishments, therefore you're losing 3/4 of the tax revenue. That's good.
Are you talking commercially zoned?
We're talking about commercially zoned properties.
And does a resident within a commercially zoned property supposed to pay commercial rates?
Not unless you have a commercial business, because I'm 6 commercial properties, but I don't have a business.
Right.
And I pay residential taxes.
And then,
Now,
for
if that's the
example,
business on there, the whole shebang's gonna go commercial.
and for example, me having a business on a residential property that I'm not allowed to zone commercial,
Yours is a home business.
so should be taxed as a residence?
It's taxed as a residential property.
So you're specifically talking about people within a commercially zoned district that are running businesses?
Multiple.
Okay.
Okay, not,
And one only paying a fraction of the building, of the business tax that they're responsible to pay.
What we do about it?
I'm sorry?
What we can do about it is, who can bring these people out there? It's money losing their money.
Well, we gotta stabilize as a government and have our stabilized staff address it.
So we should do it. Like, should give you as the name so we can have that one in record, I don't know.
I think it would be not too overwhelming to receive that information in the office and then develop a strategy for addressing it. But I wouldn't say, Scott, go address it tomorrow.
maybe we should have a regular ongoing, either a committee or something that we're doing every month to be looking on a regular basis to be looking for ways of saving money.
Or
increasing
adding,
revenue.
increasing revenue, yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm. Anything more on that?
That'll be Kim and Warren.
Oh, boy. Put us in a bag and shake it.
But yeah, it sounds like the future of our, viability is gonna be dependent upon committees. So if we have a budget oversight committee, we have a increased revenue committee, we have a,
Yeah. That's something I'd be,
so on and so
I
on.
think we should set that on the agenda for the next month and start. Absolutely. And the other thing is just our mindset, because Kim and I both know, and Chisholm, that we were a little town with no money for a long time. And I remember that our financial condition was always good. We knew we couldn't afford this or that or this or that, and we saved up for what we wanted. And I remember one time I was in Colorado Springs for a week because it snowed and I couldn't get back here. And I went to some Crestone, some of their budget meetings, and they were in real trouble financially, Colorado Springs. And here we are, a little bitty Crestone, and we were not in trouble because we only spent what we had.
But general fund was
Absolutely, we were-
$25,000 a year.
So now we have to change, then we became a little town with more money and then a little town with quite a lot of money. And now all of a sudden, one way or another, we're gonna go back to a little town with not so much money, maybe not enough. So
But we spent wisely, we have assets.
we do have assets.
So I
And
think
we
we're-
do have a talented board, we have a diverse board, but that doesn't mean that we can't close ranks and really do more now than, we recognize we don't have a lot of money, and I think that, in a way, I think it can be a good thing.
Okay, I'm next again.
So, moving on, the next item, we've deferred to the attorney's report. Now that's a discussion of how we're gonna deal with the 2024 sales tax. And that brings us to the letter which Chisholm has given to Kim to get signatures.
I got
for
the
one think it's a
signatures.
beautiful letter. even for Tiffin, she outdid herself.
Yeah, I believe so too. It's 60 and it covers a lot of areas. And it's to the governor, Jared Polis, and the Colorado Geographic Naming Advisory Board. We have petitions throughout the town. You don't have to be a registered voter or a citizen. It's just the community in general, input, you know, just support. That we don't name it Mount Vesuvius or something like that. That the people in Denver aren't naming it Mount Fontaine. It's Crestone Mountain. It's always been Crestone Mountain to the old timers. But there is a letter here to these people, that I would like to get the board signatures on. Aside from Benjamin Byer and Dennis Lesnowski, I've got everybody except yours, Karina. And then Kism could get that letter out post haste. I think it's a great idea. And if anybody wants a copy of the letter, it's a great letter.
It is.
I'm not gonna read it aloud because we don't need to. We all have a copy of it, I'm sure. Yeah. So, anyway, that's all I have on that one.
Thank you. Very good. Okay, that moves us down to election coordinator, and Scott and I have been talking about that. We're gonna get a contract, in place ASAP.
Yeah, so this had come up a few months ago, and I agree that I should have bubbled this up again sooner. It got off, it just.
We're gonna take care of it now,
so-
ASAP.
So as far as taking care of it now, we had gotten bids from the two, certified expert election.
About $150
Let's see here, I didn't put those in this packet, but I can pull them for you. The two were Judy Egbert and Karen Goldman. Judy's came in lower, and those are the only two recommendations from
Significantly
the
lower.
works list. Judy's came in lower, and it came in just below $5,000.
So-
and Karen's was
So.
at least $1,000 more.
What we really need is a motion to, in order to make a motion to hire her, Judy, we need to get an amount, so we know what amount to put in the motion, maybe.
Yeah,
We can do that after lunch.
I can pull that after lunch.
Defer action on that until after lunch, and you can look up her proposal. And get that in place immediately, because again, we have deadlines coming up that we're to meet. Adam?
Did you do a request for bid?
I didn't do a formal request for proposal, I did request individual bids. Ideally, I should have done a request for proposal, because some of the proposals came in over $5,000. With that said, the Judy's bid was just under $5,000, which is the threshold for that.
And is this the election
Well-
training line item?
So, Adam,
This,
I'd like to say that the town has hired Judy, who has performed beautifully and at the lowest price we could find, off and on for years, to do that. And so, we have here, we have Karen Goldman and Judy Egbert, who are two of the only three recognized election experts in the state. And we went out to both of those two people, and Karen Goldman taught classes in it, and Allison took classes from Karen. So, we have two extremely well qualified, and these are professional services, so, and we have had the experience, so, again, we could defer that question, but we don't have anyone else to send it to other than Karen and Judy. Go ahead, Warren.
It's not in your budget for next year. You put it in effect this year. It's a multi-year contract. You didn't advertise it, it's been done in the past for $500 by a local person.
So I wanna,
And Judy Egbert was the person that recommended Leslie to us. I would highly question her judgment.
I think there's a difference between professional services and the requirements that for the off-the-shelf commercial items.
Yeah.
For, well, we're gonna talk about that this afternoon with the attorney.
It's still not in your budget, so you need to take it $3,000 out of your budget somewhere before tomorrow.
Who was the local person who did it for 500?
Linda Steiger did it for years, I believe.
A&E and contracted professional services can fall into a different category. Matt, did you have your hand up or did I?
I think he was just getting excited.
I might have been stretching.
Exciting.
All right, I'm gonna add that to the list for Seth. In any event, we need to get a contract in place. If we fail to do that, the secretary, there are repercussions.
You failed on every level of what you're doing. You haven't done 3 years' worth of supplemental budgets. The list that I sent to the accountant, the auditor, okay, highlights what I believe is fraud either by your accountant or your auditor.
So, and once again, we've got the finance committee who's actively working on the supplemental budgets with the timeline. And once again, for the 2024 budget, we have proposed $24,000 expenditure for a forensic audit to see
And
if anything illegal.
there are procurement rules having to do with how public monies are spent, and it's a complicated world, and it's not just an arbitrary, one sentence takes care of everything and all exigencies. No, I don't agree with that. But we'll discuss that with the attorney.
On the next item, the benefits cancellation, I did hear from Seth that he had some opinions on that.
Oh, I had not,
So I'm sorry I didn't catch that at the agenda motion, but when I heard from Seth on the phone, he had some questions about that.
So let's
So I would
defer that
suggest
to
we
the
defer
attorney, yeah.
Well, he's gonna be busy today.
And then we only have one more item, town hall, structural. What is this?
That's the extension letter that Scott's already informed us of.
yeah, that was probably misplaced. I put that under my report.
Oh.
Just to let you guys know that I did get that grant extended so that we can get the.
Excellent.
Until when?
It's on the letter. I think they gave us pretty substantial,
A year, I think it
Okay,
is.
great, cause also that's in the 2024 budget, the matching funds, not in the 2023, so.
Yep.
Extending it.
That and the fact that it's 12:29 leads us to, we'll adjourn for lunch and resume with the attorney's report at 1:30.
Armando, are you going home?
Yeah.
I just bought a 300 pound medal.
Yeah.
All right. The time is 1:32 and we will continue this morning's meeting now. Our town attorney has joined us. Seth, can you hear us?
Yes, Mayor, I can hear you guys loud and clear. Thank you.
Perfect. All right. So we have several items from this morning that we have deferred until we can get your advice. But we'll do those a little later on, after you have, gone through the items you all have already, put onto your report. So we're ready to turn the meeting over to you and your report.
Thank you, Mayor. I will start with my report then. I will use Attorney's Report item 8A as my starting point. That is a resolution 008-2023, setting the date for the regular municipal election. I did have some conversation, some email with our clerk yesterday. It appears that that is for our regular April election. If there's anything wrong or different with that, I told him that I would probably not have that ready to go today, but I will get to that as soon as possible. I also wanted to bring up topics of the election. Are there any additional items or issues the board would like to see on that April election? A few items, especially in small towns that may come up, are term limits and term lengths. Sometimes it can be hard to fill a board, especially in a small municipality. I like to see a full board. Our 6 members strong currently, and I appreciate that. That could be cut down to 4 if the voters would like to do so. So that's just an item that could be on the April election. Another item would be to lessen the restrictions on term limits or term lengths for trustees and the mayor. We do have the ability to modify that if we're having a hard time finding trustees. So that is just an option if the trustees or the mayor would like to discuss that further or to try to put that on our April election. Please let me know, and those are things that can be done. But just for my clarification, you are looking for a resolution setting the April regular election. Is that correct?
And Seth, in the packet, I had used a previous resolution from 2021. And I had just gone in there and modified the names and dates on there. So that is the last page of the packet that I sent to you.
Okay.
Scott, when you modified it, did you delete the paragraph that had to do with the recall election, because we wouldn't need that now?
Yes, excuse me, actually, I'm glad you mentioned that. I actually used, I modified a resolution from the election prior, so 2019.
Great.
So I do see that resolution now, Scott. I think that I did recognize that. I thought that was our template that we were going to use. So Scott did prepare this resolution. And it is, I believe, the carbon copy of the one previously held 2 years ago. Are there any changes that the board saw to that or would like to see in that resolution?
Adam?
I'm aware of a potential citizen-led ballot initiative. What's the process for that?
So like you said, that would be an initiative. That would be a request of the populace to have a ordinance, some codification put on the ballot. And I have not heard of that yet. There are some timelines that are very specific for initiatives. And we are usually notified by our town administrator or a clerk when those are turned into the town. Until we have anything from the populace, though, there's really nothing to act on.
Can we get that timeline so we have it as information to share with the public?
So you would be asking for a timeline of when there are separate timelines for when some separate topics have to be issued. Some things with financial concerns may have a little bit longer of a timeline. I can provide what information I have to the clerk, and if anyone would like to contact him, we could provide that information.
Okay, perfect. And then I've been wanting to actually increase restrictions on term limits. So right now we have, I think, no term limits, right? For trustee or mayor? We do? And what are those?
Well, I know that Benji, myself, and Karina are up this April.
Due to what?
Our terms are up. They go on.
No. By term limits, meaning like, can I run for trustee 8 times in a row?
I see.
So I would have been interested in increasing some restrictions. Like I don't think we should have a mayor for 3 terms, and I don't necessarily think we should have a trustee for
So how
6
many
terms.
terms have you served?
Consecutively, I'm on my first.
So
And it's my understanding that we are under the statutory restrictions, which limit term limits for the mayor or a trustee to 2 4-year terms or 3 2-year terms that are consecutive.
So we have multiple trustees and mayor who are beyond those term limits.
I for one was not aware of that restriction. I
But
didn't
if-
know that our previous attorney had ever mentioned it.
But if we do have those, then that's what I'm looking for. So I
The
wouldn't need,
roster that I have does have a term expiration listed for all of our trustees and mayor.
It,
Oh, yeah, Scott.
it looks like unless there has been a change, maybe it was replaced in some way by the code, but there was an ordinance in 2002 eliminating term limits for the members of the board of the trustees for the town. It's ordinance number 2002-3. So maybe that did not get incorporated into the code in some way, or that has been superseded, but there was an ordinance eliminating these
Yeah,
term limits.
I didn't think there was a restriction.
So I have made a note of that ordinance. Thank you, Scott. I have been looking for that on my own and I had not come across that yet.
Yeah,
And
I
that
think-
does, that ordinance would have been passed after a vote of the town to do so. And really that is fairly common, especially in smaller towns where the desire to serve is less and it's harder to fill all the seats consistently. But even with the term limit restriction at Miss Trustee Kinney, the seat would still have to be run for. There still would have to be an election for that seat. Just because you have the seat for a term doesn't mean you're guaranteed the next term.
yeah, I'm just saying, I think it would serve our public well if trustees and mayor had term limits in the sense that they could, I like the statutory guideline, 2 term limits. And yeah, we have a hard time filling seats, but that's because the seats are always full.
Well, that was just for information purposes. So if we would like to discuss that further, please do so and we can add that. But I do see this resolution that was prepared by Scott. I am going over that again. I did read over that last night. I was preparing one myself. But if the town would like to designate the I should just read it. A resolution to conduct a mail ballot election as a procedure of the regular Town of Crestone municipal election to be held on April 8th, 2024, and authorizing the town clerk as the designated election official to appoint election judges and election workers and establishing the judge's rate of pay. Whereas the Town of Crestone holds municipal elections every 2 years, and whereas the Board of Trustees of the Town of Crestone is the governing body for the municipality, and whereas the Town of Crestone's 2024 municipal election to be held on April 8th, 2024, and whereas it is necessary to conduct said election as a mail ballot election in accordance with the provisions of CRS 31-10-907 et sec, and whereas the Town of Crestone's Board of Trustees appoints the town clerk as the designated election official for the 2024 municipal election and for each successive election for the Town of Crestone, and whereas Colorado Revised Statute 31-10-401 requires the governing body of the municipality or the town clerk, if so designated by the governing body, to appoint judges of the election at least 15 days prior to the election day. And whereas Colorado Revised Statute 31-10-408 establishes that election judges will be paid not less than $5 and not more than the maximum amount allowed by statute for payment of judges of the general election of the state of Colorado as determined by the governing body of the municipality. And now therefore be it resolved by the Board of Trustees of the Town of Crestone, Colorado, that Section 1, the town clerk is hereby designated the election official and may appoint election workers for each election held by the Town of Crestone until such resolution is amended, terminating such designation or designating another person by title. Section 2, the town clerk is hereby authorized to appoint the election judges for the April 7th. And I'm sorry, Scott, did I just read April 8th previously?
Yes.
So-
Yeah, here's you probably just found a typo.
2024 Crestone municipal election, in accordance with the Colorado Revised Statutes, the appointed judges will each receive $150 for their services. This would be approved and adopted on this 13th day of December 2023 by the Board of Trustees of the town of Crestone, Colorado, and ordered to become effective immediately after passage. So this resolution, the biggest thing it does is it authorizes again our clerk to be the DEO, the designated election official, and for that clerk to bring on election judges if and when necessary, and to allow them the pay rate of $150 per day. We do have, by my notes, the mayor has a term expiration of April 2024. Trustee Martinez has a term expiration of April 2024. Trustee Byer has a term expiration of April 2024. Trustee Hume, which has been replaced with Trustee Paslusny, that term would expire in April of 2026. Trustee Kinney has a term through April 2026. Trustee Lakai has a term through April of 2026. And Trustee Scheide, who has been replaced by, and then I'm sorry, Trustee, I have Armando, and then can I get your last name again?
Mendez Sanchez.
Mendez
Sanchez.
Sanchez
Give me Mendez. Fine. Sure.
has a term expiration of April 2026. So this would be for the April 2024 election of mayor, Trustee Martinez, Trustee Byer. So we'd have 3 positions up. That is, puts us on an alternating schedule so that we don't have a turnover of the entire board on any given year.
So, Warren?
I have a question about the sales tax for the water and sewer. And whether the board is going to put that so that that sales tax money goes back into the water and sewer.
So right now on the top, our topic is this resolution, which is required to be passed in December.
I understand that part, but Seth is the one that brought up these other issues. If these other issues can be put on the ballot by the board, then you don't need a citizens initiative. Just as you're gonna change by ordinance, it looks like eliminating the enterprise fund, which my guess probably has to be on the ballot also. Just a question.
I'm not aware that the board is moving towards the sales tax issue.
Okay.
Seth, we've discussed if we're deciding not to be an enterprise status. We've talked about an ordinance for that. Warren's asking if that needs to be on the ballot.
So I have notes further down in my report that talks about the direction on the agenda of drafting an ordinance to eliminate enterprise status. And I am trying to come up with the effective way to do that. I will address that again here shortly.
I started to ask the same question, Warren, but I thought, I was.
I'll wait.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So the immediate question before us is, do we want to pass this resolution as it's been presented to us? Do we want to add anything to it?
I wanna add term limits.
I think that would require first a vote by the board. If it were an ordinance, if we had taken this exception by ordinance, Beth, would we need to, how would, this is the opinion of one person, it may be all of us, but right now, what restrictions are there if there was an ordinance passed in 2002?
So, Mayor, I may have also confused the situation here. I wanted to bring up the fact that we do have a resolution, and that is simply declaring that we will have a municipal election in 2024. The topics that are on that election are still to be discussed, and that is kind of step 2. Step 1 would be passing this resolution.
So we go back to this is what's before us to act on right now.
I make a motion, we pass the resolution.
Is there a second to that motion?
I do.
Armando, discussion of the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries and the resolution is approved. Seth, I have a question that came up this morning, from the board,
Mayor, could we approve that resolution with the amendments of that date, that typo under section 2?
amended to reflect the correct date correction.
Thank you.
The
Um,
8th is the 7th.
So in the past, when Allison came, we hired Judy Egbert, who has a profession that goes around and assists municipalities in providing help where needed. And we hired Judy Egbert for 1 year to help train Allison how to do elections to withstand any potential challenge. The second year, we hired her back at a lesser amount of time just to make sure. Now, coming up for the 2024 election, we will clearly need some help. I would anticipate. We have Judy Egbert and Karen Goldman here, who I understand are 2 of the 3 acknowledged election experts in the state of Colorado. We need to hire, if we're going to have help, we need to hire that person immediately because the election packets have to be prepared and in the mail ready for people to pick up the first week in January. Scott has talked to Judy, who is still available. She had sent a proposal in some months back. And she would work for us for a certain hourly rate, not to exceed whatever total we agreed upon, 5,000, I believe. My question is, can we not, as a procurement method, use the fact that she is an acknowledged expert in elections and that she has been training municipalities such as ours for some years in how to handle elections, and that time is of the essence because we need to enter into a contract ASAP, or we're not going to meet these successive deadlines. So it would be my hope that we could write a sole source justification so that we could proceed to enter into a contract with Judy without going through a formal bidding process. And we also have a provision in our municipal code that for professional services, there's an exemption because for professional services, it can't just be the low bidder. Could have many, many problems. That's standard practice of exemptions for professional services. And I would like us to enter into a contract.
I do believe that is the case. And once again, I think you got a copy of my notes. I have a question under my attorney's report about contacting Judy specifically for the election, but also possibly for some staffing assistance in the very near future here.
Right, that too, only I was just going to address the election question because of the immediacy of entering into a contract. So it sounds as though that's something we can do. That's standard procurement policy. Warren, you have your hand up.
It's not in your budget.
Say it again.
It's not in your 2024 budget.
It's in our procurement code about professional services. We have an
You
exemption.
have no money.
And
I'm assuming this December 5th was our most recent one.
There's $2,000 for training.
Okay. So we have $2,000 under election training.
That's right.
So anybody that we talk to about hiring would have to know that that's our limit and we would have to prioritize.
So Scott, you talked to Judy, would you tell her what you and Judy discussed?
Yeah, so Judy has said that she would be if we can't do the $5,000, she would be willing to do less, but that will involve her doing less work. And so that will shift some of that load to the office staff.
Bill us on an hourly basis. And we would have to establish whatever amount we can afford as the ceiling. And have her help on a priority basis. But we do need some help. This will be a new person. I mean, the last thing we need with all of our other situations is a challenge about the election. So.
So Mayor, yes, I believe you can hire a professional for that position. There will be a supplemental budget or an amendment to the budget. That is something that does happen. It does change. And if the town has this, especially in what they're considering an emergent situation, the town does have the ability to do that and then have to supplement the budget, just show where those funds are being spent, why they are being spent, and from what specific funds they are being pulled from. I'm trying to pull up the hiring of the professional individual right now, Mayor. I'm sorry if I'm not looking at the camera.
You can't do it till next year.
I would,
Say it again,
as
Scott.
far as, paying her $2,000, and having her do less, like I said, that shifts the load to the office staff. There is none. I don't really feel like that's a realistic option. You know?
So it's really a multi-part situation. First is to meet the immediate needs of preparing the packets and all of that, but then there are technical laws governing, statutes governing this whole process of reviewing the petitions as they come back for clarity, for whatever requirements there are as far as being a voting person. There are a number of, it's a technical, highly technical process, and if we fail to do anything correctly, we can have a challenge for the election. If we could prioritize to the point of, that I don't know what the priorities would be, but I know that there are certain things, if we don't do them properly, the results of the election can be successfully challenged, perhaps.
Looking at our bidding and purchasing policy, Division 2, Section 11, B, the town administrator has the ability to approve costs of up to $1,000 for that position. If the town administrator determines that the use of a formal bidding is advantageous to the town, procurement for professional services may be entered to by the use of a competitive sealed proposal method. But what I'm hearing is at this time, the town administrator is saying that that is not the case, really due to the timeline. And he would like to ask the board to approve of funding for this specific position.
Yes,
Yeah, that's correct.
Adam?
So, yeah, I guess I also don't see that we have anything budgeted for paying for mailing and ballots. So,
And that would be in the 2024 budget.
yeah. So can we save money by doing in-person elections?
My understanding from, my clerk training on it, which was given by Judy Edward, actually, was that, we'll have to double check for sure, but it was that in-person elections end up being more expensive because you need specific, you need to set up all kinds of, stuff to be in place for privacy and confidentiality even, and it makes it into a bigger thing. That's something that I can talk to her about, but my impression from talking to her previously was that for small towns, mail ballot is the way to go for cost reasons.
So then we also don't have money for election judges in this budget, meaning if we have to have two people in here.
So
three
it
people-
might be that we don't have any money for judges. But it might be that for judges, we could get some judges who would work for a lesser amount and volunteer their time, I don't know.
I think it says in here that we have to pay them. And
You
the
have
thing
to
we
pay
just-
them.
There's a
So,
floor of $5.
so if we were to have a public hearing tomorrow and got feedback from citizens that they wanted more money for the road base, are we within our rights to add money to the road base and then approve that budget?
That is the intent of the public hearing, is to have those comments made to the board. And
And
if there are
change-
adjustments to be
Okay.
made up or down
So
within the
then-
constraints of a balanced budget, the
So
board
then-
has the ability to do so.
Does that mean at a public hearing, we can take $3,000 from events and put it into election judges and election training?
Well, I think there's a difference between wants and needs. When it comes to an election, we have to do this.
Right, so I'm just
So I
asking
think
if we
we'll
can do
find the
it,
money somewhere.
I'm asking if we can,
When it comes to road base or.
right, I'm asking if we can do it on site tomorrow and legally approve those changes.
But I think what Kim
I
is
just want an
saying,
answer to that.
that we may not need to have, citizens' comments to provide funding for the election, because that's something we're required to do.
I'm just trying to find out if we can change it on site in real time and approve it.
Trustee Kenny, the budget that is approved or not approved tomorrow does not have to be the budget that is presented. It can have modifications.
Okay, great. So then we could have a conversation about paying an election judge, an election trainer, $3,000 or $4,000 to alleviate responsibility on the office staff. We could also talk about adding in $150 times however many judges we have to have. And then we're gonna have to take that money from somewhere else.
So, and what I'm suggesting is that we could enter into a contract with Judy Egbert on an hourly basis. She wouldn't be able to charge anything until, except as we direct her. But we would have a contract in place, because there are certain requirements that we need to be fulfilling very quickly. And the failure to do that is not an option, I don't think. We need to have some help. We can monitor it more closely than we have in the past and try to minimize it. But there are certain things we have to do legally,
Okay.
starting the first week in January. And we really need to be getting started now.
Well, then I would propose we would, through legal means, engage with Judy with the understanding that it would not go over, with the requirement that it would not go over $4,000. Whatever that looks like, whatever we need to do to get that going.
I don't think we know as much as Judy knows about what's required. I think from what Scott has told me, she wants to work with us and she would do everything she can to minimize the costs.
Was that a motion, Adam?
I guess I proposed it. Yeah, I make that motion.
What's the motion?
She offered 5,000.
The motion is that we,
And I don't think we know the difference between ourselves with what is needed. And may not be that much. She's also offered to work on an hourly basis, only bill us for the hours she works, try to keep those hours down.
yeah, I make a motion that we, by legal means, engage in a contract with Judy on an hourly basis, not to exceed $4,000.
Well, that's what I'm saying, that amount, she gave us a suggestion of 5,000. And I'm saying, I don't think either you or I or anybody in this room really knows what it's gonna take. We don't know
I think if she knows that this is what we're having to deal with,
Right.
she'll make it work.
but the costs of a lot of things have been going up extraordinarily lately. We don't really know, what, a few months from now, what costs are gonna be.
Yeah.
And she
So I would,
was
I
actually-
would say 5,000 and do everything we can. Maybe it'll only be 3,000. But I'm saying we don't know enough to make that decision. I just assume leave it the way she gave it to us. She's not out to make money. That's not a big deal.
So where are you gonna take the money from?
We'll figure that out next,
I would second Adam's motion,
and it's 4,000.
and it is.
What is the hourly rate of that contract?
150?
Stop.
Oh, I was just gonna say that, from my conversation with Judy, I think she probably would be willing to make something work for us, because she really does want help, spectrum, but she has told me that she can switch it to an hourly rate, but in her experience, that her hourly rate always ends up going over the flat rate. That's why she offered that not to exceed, and she said that that's not something that she normally offers to her clients. She also, her normal rate is 7,500, but she's offering us a.
Well, most
a lower rate
elections
that
in the
lets-
past have been about 4,500.
And the cost of things has gone
Yeah.
up significantly since then. I don't think it's unreasonable. We'll say
We'll find the money.
And then the other person who gave a quote was for 6,000.
Yeah, I saw that.
We don't have the money, sure, we can find it, I think we could start a process legally at $4,000 capped.
Well,
And
I
if it
seconded
needs,
your motion.
yeah, and if it needs to go to $4,850, then we could probably amend and
Right,
repair that. But also if a person knows that we don't, when they say $6,000 and $5,000 and $7,500, they're dealing with towns that aren't balancing to $0. So sure, they're gonna ask for whatever they can get, but we don't have it.
So, that sounds eminently reasonable, but we've worked with Judy for years. And she has never done anything except treat us well and has not, to my knowledge, ever overcharged us. And if she was paid more or less 4,500 was what it cost us in the past, things have definitely gone up in the last several years. And I think that it's,
if she knows we have 2,000 in our coffers, I think she'll work with us. I think we should get this ball rolling.
I think Adam's
And she's the first one that'll say, no, I'm not gonna do it, and you'll know that
Yeah.
soon enough.
She'll, if nothing else, I believe, Adam, you had suggested that if she gets the $4,000 and we're in a pinch, we still need more from her, at that point, you're gonna do what you gotta do, right? Was that what I understood from you?
I said. I wanna say $4,000 and let her know that that's what we have. I know we've had citizens say they'll come volunteer their time. Mary Lowers will probably sit there for 10 hours and do stuff for free. There's other citizens that would do stuff for free. I'd like to try to do it within $4,000. And if we can't, then yes, I think we could remedy that. But I don't wanna say, here's a $4,000 agreement, but you go ahead and you can do,
but in
4,900.
effect, you're doing that, in my mind.
I'm not
but
doing that.
It's my turn. In my mind, when you play nickel and dime, you create a relationship where we have never done that in the past. I don't, there are a lot of times when it's good to nickel and dime and go for the lowest price. Here we have an established relationship and she's saying not to exceed 5,000. We're saying, well, no, I think we're gonna say 4. I'll vote for the motion, but I think that, our interest would be better served in the long run, not to play that game with her.
It's not a game.
Well, it may not be a game, but it's,
I think, and we are,
well,
I
she's
think,
not gonna be able to do anything unless we're gonna, whoever is here, it needs to be monitoring what she's doing and on top of it. And if we have a good relationship with her, then if she will do it for the least amount of time. Scott?
I think that really what we're looking at here is, if we offer $4,000, I am confident that Judy will work with us and will get us off the ground and get going. I've even discussed having a candidate information session the last week of November, or last week of December, that she could come out and help me with, to make sure everyone knows how to do this stuff. So I think she will work with us and at least get us started, but I think the difference between these is that, she has told me that she expects if we were to pay her hourly rate, it would end up being significantly more than $5,000. If we pay her $5,000, she'll do the whole job. If we pay her $4,000, she will bill her hourly rate up to $4,000 and be done. And then presumably, if we need more help from her, we're gonna be paying her hourly rate. Which that $1,000, you know, $150 an hour, that gets eaten up. What is that, 6 hours?
Yeah.
So that's, I think that's really the decision here is, if we offer her $4,000, she'll work with us, but she's only going to do $4,000 of work. If we give her $5,000, she'll do the whole job, which she feels is going to be more than $5,000 of work.
Okay. That sounds important. But, you know, I guess I'm looking at events and the living wisdom designation we have.
10,000.
Yeah. And I feel like we could pull out $2,000 from each of those and turn them into 8,000, so we could get $4,000, so we could take our election training from 2,000, you know, up to 4,000 or up to $4,900, because we're not gonna say 5,000. And then we could also set aside some money for judges, and we only have $200 in here for election supplies, which is probably gonna cost more than that. So if we can get $4,000 to throw at this, which I think we could, then we could accomplish all of that. And based on what you're saying, if we know we can get the entire job done for $4,900, then, okay, it's $900, fine,
Why don't we change it to 4,900?
okay. So I amend my motion to $4,900. And with the understanding that that's the entire job.
That's the whole thing.
And if it's not, then I don't wanna enter into contract.
That's what it's always been in the past. We've had a contract and she's done everything. Any more discussion?
Is Ms. Egbert the election official that we just designated as our clerk, or is she assisting the election official?
From my conversation with her, she acts as an election advisor, which is, not the election official.
The town clerk will be the designated named election official.
What does she do then? She's not stuffing envelopes.
She prepares the, well, it's all in her scope of work, it's on the contract she sent us.
It's been $2,084.
Mayor, what I have in my note is that if this motion is to pass, I am to draft a contract with Miss Judy Egbert for professional services for a maximum of $4,900 to act as an assistant to the election official for the town of Crestone for the April 2024 election.
I would change the word assistant to advisor.
advisant.
So she
Advisor?
will, when ballots are being
Well,
processed.
she will be doing work, she will be working with with all the petitions and all the various
And she,
parts that, an election involves.
and she will be on site during the election day.
She will not be on site during the election.
Remain.
One day that she can.
It says remain available OM.
Oh, I think you're looking at Karen Goldman's.
Oh.
Yeah. It's the last page of of that contract.
So maybe you're saying that assistant is reflecting the fact she would actually be doing the work of preparing documents and that sort of thing, to make her an assistant. And an advisor sounds as though just talking, not doing. Is that what you're saying?
No, Mayor, I just wanted to have the term that she used, that she's comfortable, that she is used to signing. I have worked with her on separate elections. I don't remember the title she uses. She is the driving force behind the project. The DEO, the designated election official, may be the one that signs the documents when they go to our clerk or the county. But Miss Egbert has done the lion's share of the work on all of those projects.
Whatever is the right word.
She uses election advisor.
I just don't see where she says what she's doing. That's insane. So $4,900 divided by 150 is 32 hours.
Do you have exhibit A, page 8 of that document, Adam? Does that, I may have been not printed it by accident.
I don't.
Got it, that's the problem. Here, I'll print this out and, give it to you guys. She does have a pretty thorough scope of this here.
So Scott, what are the words that she used, to describe what you're doing? I know advisor, but did she give you some words?
So I'll read off the script purposes here. The consultant will establish the election calendar and ensure that all deadlines are met. Create and provide written procedures, direct staff in carrying out day-to-day election customer service activities. This will be provided in a comprehensive election manual that can be used as a resource for both staff and judges. Provide candidate information and petition forms, including FCPA forms and schedule. Provide a ballot security plan that staff will implement. Create or review all forms, signs, and notices necessary. Work with staff in developing the ballot format and securing printing services. Create materials for judges training and conduct the on-site training. Ensure that all follow-up actions are carried out after the election. And then she will be on site for an initial visit to determine physical location needs and ballot security plan and to train on-site staff in day-to-day activities. She'll be on site to train election judges. And then she will be on site, if requested by the town, be present for the canvass. And that is something that Seth, I'm not 100% sure what that means. Being present for the canvass.
Is canvas counting?
It's kind of an action or an effort to get out and spread the word. I've often heard it called door knocking and phone banking. Trying to make sure that we have community interaction. We don't have 5 people out of the town vote on major issues, and those 5 people carry the day.
Based on that, my motion stands. I make a motion, we enter into contract.
Well, and it also says that, payments will be made, but the town has no obligation to make any payments until such time as the town accepts the performance as satisfactory.
Yeah.
So it's
Right.
covered in the
Okay.
contract.
No,
My motion stands.
which motion is,
4,900 contract.
My second stand.
okay? Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. And, Seth, would you prepare a contract for us? Or, for the services of Judy Egbert to assist with our election, 2024.
Do you know, is there any way to, by tomorrow, find out how many judges we have to have?
Yeah.
So that we can write that into the budget?
Yep.
And is there any way to get an estimate on the mailing costs?
Yeah.
Even just some guidance from Judy or somebody?
Yeah, I mean, I can go off of the,
Last one?
yeah, the number of ballots that are gonna need to be mailed, and then just calculate off postage costs and,
Or just look at even the last election,
yeah.
whatever's easy. All right.
Okay, I'm gonna make a note of that.
Next item?
Was there a
Finish
vote on
that?
that?
I think there was.
Yeah.
And we approved it. And we had it all.
So we're ready for, turn the meeting back over to Seth.
We've got the Bruce Sheldon thing, the election coordinator, and the benefits thing that we referred to.
And the sales tax thing.
And so,
Mayor, if you wouldn't mind, I may just do my 8D updates and advisements next to work on the flow before we go to section 8B and 8C.
Okay, sure.
First off, I wanted to welcome our new trustee, Trustee Armando Mendez Sanchez. I look forward to working with you. It was nice to swear you in last month, sir. I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Say thank you.
Thank you. Circling back to last month, one topic we discussed was the IGA with Saguache County related to road maintenance. I have contacted Mr. Brad Crowell. He is a Saguache County attorney. We have a meeting set up for the 15th. It's kind of a preliminary meeting. We've had some emails back and forth. I want to make sure we have as much information about the IGA as possible. And then I did say that we have some board members and probably some public members that would really like to attend a group meeting. It'll probably be with his road and bridge crew also, but he and I were trying to meet once just to have an agenda for that meeting and get a few things going. We touched on specifically snow removal at that 2-inch limit. That may come into play this week. We'll see. Talked about striping. We talked about the requirement for stop signs to be replaced. We talked about the supposed annual requirement to review the agenda, to review the HUTF funds, and the amount or percentage proposed. We did discuss very briefly the attachment A, which is the description of streets in town that would be re-sealed or chip sealed, and also the what I guess it was my impression of the bridge replacement or the lack of bridge replacement that would have the overlay done on that section of road. So we do have the ball rolling on that. He and I are meeting first, and then we probably will have some public meetings. It may have a few board members, and it may be more of a work session where nothing will be described or discussed. I'm sorry, nothing will be decided, but we will have some discussion about what we would like out of that contract. I did specifically ask him, and he said he didn't know if he would have it ready by Friday for the maintenance records. The county is supposed to be keeping records of the maintenance that's done in town and provide those to town when requested, and I made that formal request via email. So that would be the Saguache County IGA road maintenance that we're working on.
I have a question, if I may.
Yeah.
I wonder if it wouldn't be significant for us to find out the difference. How much was the HETF revenue the date that we entered into that contract versus how much the HETF revenue is now? It may be that there is a very significant difference in amounts, and the difference in their cost may be significantly less than the increase in revenue. I don't know that to be the case, but I suspect it very well could be. and if that would make a difference in our discussions.
So I do have a note there that I would want to look into the difference between the HUTF funds received in 2008 and now to see if there's a significant change in that. There is a percentage or reconciliation factor that's used in that contract. And I believe that's where you're at, Mayor. If something needs to be adjusted, it may be in that percentage.
Thank you.
The next topic is really what I'm spending a lot of my time on, and this is with the Baca Grande Water and Sanitation District. I actually did speak with Mr. Locke just last night. I'm providing him again another round of feedback and really readdressing some additional comments from the prior meeting with the town board. He and I have had some back and forth, and in a good way, in a very good way, constructive work and working on a few things. It is now in my court to give him a draft with a few things that I want to see done. And then we will have that proposal back to the board again when I believe it's ready for you to review. Okay. A question that was brought up at last month's meeting was if a board member could also be a treasurer. So a trustee also being a treasurer. I have reached out to CML. I'm expecting another meeting with Miss Rachel Bender. We've been on the phone twice. I was looking for some black letter law or a statute that would allow or disallow that. I have not found that yet. So letter of the law, a trustee may be the town treasurer. However, I would like to really caution the board that if that was the case, I think that that individual may have to recuse themselves from almost any vote that has a financial matter. I believe that there would be a lot of conflicts of interest, and I just would really caution the board that if they are considering having a trustee fill an official position in town also, I think that there are a lot of potential roadblocks, potential almost a step in the wrong direction. But I do want to be clear, I have not found black letter law that says that cannot occur. I do think that you would run into just issues in how you proceed and how that position, the two positions actually interact.
Thanks for all your work doing that research. I think we've heard you loud and clear, and many of the votes that are taken have underlying or associated costs with them. Most things we do have a cost, and we start out with a budget or a maximum or something that has to do with dollar expenditures is a part of many of our votes. So
Exactly, Mayor.
thank you.
So I do have our budget hearing scheduled for tomorrow, 12/14. I was speaking with our clerk. He is actually preparing the resolution to approve the budget and the resolution to adopt funds for certain funds. So basically, those are the two resolutions that are needed to get us through this budget season. And once again, the board will have the budget presented to them. There will be a section of public comment, and the board can make a decision after that meeting, or they can, if need be, we could postpone, set another work session just to adjust those numbers. It is a living process. We found out today that we may have an additional cost with Missed Egbert, some additional costs with an election in April that weren't factored in. So if those topics come up and the board would like to approve a budget tomorrow, they feel comfortable with that, they can. If we do need to set that for another work session and then present it to the board again, we can. So those are just topics, but the clerk has been working diligently on those resolutions. I was speaking with him this week about that also. Okay. I did want to share that I was out of the office last week. I will be working on completing all of my remaining tasks that are on my to-do list and also go through any emails. I still have a few unresponded emails. If the town, if the clerk, if the administrator, if a trustee is in my email and I haven't gotten back to you, I'm sorry, I apologize for that. You are on my list and I will get back to you as soon as possible. So that would, for me, end up section 8B, which is the updates and advisements. And with the board, I would move then to what I have listed as 8B. I was in some discussion with the clerk and some trustees last week, last night, trying to get some information on this executive session. Make sure we want to have this as an executive session. I would like a little more content listed if we have additional executive sessions listed in the future. That is the way the legislature is going. We simply cannot just list discussion of personnel matters. We need to have some expounding on that. What is this personnel matter? We need to have the public the opportunity to know exactly what's being discussed. And I guess there was some question if this should actually be an executive session or an open session. So I may ask for some direction on this matter. Can we expound on this topic some more? And if this is related to a sole individual, they also have the ability to request that this be held in open session.
So we did have, this council, the executive session, and did have a discussion in open meeting this morning about that issue. So, but that's very good advice, and we will all now remember for future executive sessions that we have to be more specific and follow the legislative dictums.
Okay, so 8B is taken care of and we will move on from that.
However, we do have one
Can I
item.
ask Seth one thing about that?
Go ahead.
I remember Seth, back when Leslie was still here, I was kind of grilling you about what happens in the scenario where, as a trustee, I have a conflict or a lack of faith in our manager. And I didn't really get clear procedure on how to deal with that. I think maybe it was go through the mayor, or something. So in this case, we had a trustee who had some version of a conflict with our office manager, clerk. And I think the board as a whole could seek further education or guidance from you or CML, or have some direction on how to handle internal conflicts and proper procedure for who to talk to and how to address that. And even possibly some sort of CML ethics or shared agreements practices. So I'm not looking for an answer right now, but if that's something that you have the capacity to look into or compare to other boards or even address with CML, and maybe in the future, offer us a little bit of guidance.
Okay. I may take just a moment and address what I can. I have that highlighted on my list. That's my to-do list. We need to refer to our personnel policies. If the board has an issue with an employee, they should find that employee's supervisor. Usually that would be kind of under our umbrella, our organizational chart, the employee's direct report. A lot of times that would be our clerk or administrator. If we are having an issue with our administrator, that individual responds directly to the board, and the board would be the ones to ask for multiple things, be that a employee evaluation, an additional employee evaluation, or a discussion of job duties beyond what is in the personnel policy. I wouldn't want the board to ask say there's 6 maintenance employees, the 6th string maintenance employee, why he didn't pick up a stick on Galena Street. I would rather the town board work with the town administrator, and the town administrator could work with the maintenance supervisor to see what those issues are. I know that's kind of a stretch, but I'm just trying to use that analogy. Try to deal with it.
In our organizational chart, we have the administrator right under the board. So specifically, and whether it was a year ago or today or next year, when a single board member has a problem with the administrator, should that board member go to the mayor or to you or to the board? And what happened today was the executive session was requested because the trustee did not know how to address the problem. So we need to be educated on the exact procedure for how we address that specific problem when it is the administrator and a trustee having a conflict. And then we also, as a board, it's been proposed to us by previous employees, previous board members, and citizens and residents that we have some sort of ethics or some sort of ethics training on maybe conflict resolution, but certainly on shared agreements and responsibilities. I don't know if that's via CML or something else. But again, that's more like something that maybe you could look into.
Okay, I did add to my notes that I believe there's a specific ask to provide ethics training related to conflict resolution. And this would be specifically for the trustees in their interactions with other trustees and town staff.
That's my request. I'm not necessarily saying the rest of the board is.
And Trustee Kinney, I appreciate that comment right there, that is a single request of a single trustee. You are not speaking with the voice of the entire board, but that is your voice. And I really appreciate that comment, how you are making that distinction. So thank you, sir.
So we have two other items that came up this morning that we deferred, but Kim, you have your
I
hand up.
just wanted to say, we've all received those little booklets of board ethics. And it does address quite a few of your questions. I've got 2 books. So anyway, we all should have those little books.
Right, I wonder if Dennis and Armando have received.
I
those
doubt it.
from-
That's a good point. We need to do some things to bring Armando up to speed.
And Dennis.
And that's an important.
And Dennis. Dennis has had no board training
Right.
or ever worked on a board, so these are all things that we've all had to do every time, and we haven't done that.
Right.
That is the proper way to do it. Trustee Sanchez, did you receive the resources manual from Trustee Scheide?
No,
Dennis did get that resource manual.
So I may be able to do that electronically. I do not have a additional printout of that. The printing costs of those are a little high.
Yeah,
Let me
that's
see if I have that electronically, and I can provide that to the town electronically also to have in their file.
yeah, that'd be nice.
There is a physical copy, I'll reach out to Steve, I think he's just still got it.
Okay,
Yeah.
I think,
Steve.
yeah. Yeah, David's got turned over the demo.
okay,
That's an important point. I'm glad it came up.
yeah, definitely. That's what I noticed this morning.
So, Seth, we had, for, one of the things is we had this item J on our agenda, discussion of how the 2024 sales tax will be handled. And the whole 2020, or the whole sales tax issue is something we'd like your, advice about how to handle it and what to do, what we should do, where are we?
Well, Mayor, that is a great.
I put that on the agenda, and it wasn't to necessarily ask for guidance, so I would have phrased that differently. But yes, of course, we would seek his guidance, but I also wanted to discuss, and I put that on the agenda, whether or not and how we could support Baca residents in removing the municipal portion of online sales tax purchase. So, yeah, we could ask for guidance, but I wanted to talk about whether or not we want to do that as a board. And whether or not that means writing letters to the DOR in support of Baca residents who are being unfairly taxed right now, or not.
So, Seth.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I have been provided with some information from trustees, from residents of Crestone, and also from residents of unincorporated Saguache County. I've tried to stay up to date on some of the newspaper articles that are going about. I don't want to pretend to know everything though. It does appear that there are some individuals who are working or at least contacting the Department of Revenue and also their online retailers. We are using online retailers more and more every year. This has been an ongoing issue since the Wayfair case in about 2014, I believe. This affects the town specifically if there is a change in the projected sales tax. My personal thoughts on that are that if there are any changes on the sales tax, this would be coming from the Department of Revenue, which is a state entity, and they're not known for being speedy, I guess would be one way to say it. If there are changes that are to be implemented, it seemed almost to me like there's a handful of things that have to happen. I believe that a lot of these taxes currently, for good or bad, right or wrong, are set according to your zip code, whether or not you have your zip +4 code. It sounds like there may not be the ability for some residents in the Baca to have that zip +4 to differentiate where they live exactly. I don't know that for certain, but that's what it seems to me to be currently. If an individual wants to dispute their sales tax, I believe that they can do that with discussion of through the DOR and also with their online retailer to also help provide a database for their retailers to use in the future. It's a change that may occur, and how large that change is yet to be determined. Once again, this would be through the Department of Revenue. The town does not collect revenue. The town does not impose, other than setting a sales tax, a tax on these individuals. The town is very hands-off on this topic. They do not have to rectify or certify that any funds they have received from the Department of Revenue are correct or adequate. They take that information and that is out of their hands. If the town is not receiving revenue, that may be one way that a town would get more involved, but also it would be very hard for someone to show that they are not receiving revenue or receiving revenue that they should not be receiving. This is maybe a movement from residents of the Baca Grande, and I shared this with one trustee. I mean, fair is fair, and if a resident has the ability to dispute a sales tax, especially one that is being imposed on them unfairly, that's a step they can take, and that would be up to the individual. I would not want the town to persuade or pursue anyone into making action they're not comfortable with. If a resident of the Baca wants to argue that, once again, they have the ability to do so through the Department of Revenue and their online retailer. I have drafted a letter to the Department of Revenue asking for some information, asking if this appears to be the case, asking to keep the town involved and up to date on any changes they may be proposing, and to provide any sort of a timeline also, if it's a revolving or a quarterly review. If there are other individuals or entities we need to contact, be that the Postal Service to try to figure out zip codes specifically. I have not shared that with the board yet. I did draft that yesterday. I want to kind of think about it for a day and make sure I have written down what I like. But I will be presenting that letter to the board very shortly, I hope. This is kind of in an.
Letter?
I'm sorry?
What was the second letter concerning the zip code?
There's a statement in my letter to request if the town should be contacting other governmental entities, be that the Postal Service, whoever actually implements the zip codes, to see if there is any information they need from the town, or if they can also keep the town informed and involved of any changes they may be pursuing. As a town, I would like to show kind of an open arm and a willingness to work with our neighbors. That's kind of the persona that I've seen so far. We are right next to the Baca Grande, and we're working with them on quite a few things. They are residents, they're neighbors. They come into town to use services and pay sales tax when needed in town. So I am working on a letter to the Department of Revenue, and I will not send that until I have approval from the board. But if the board would like to then publish that letter also, that would be something they could do.
So it sounds like he's gonna be gathering information and clarifying points. I'm certainly considering the next step, which would be, like, I think we already know that the BACA is being charged, we already know that the BACA is being charged a municipal portion of sales tax. So what I'm looking at is the potential of our attorney or our board or our mayor composing a letter that says to the Department of Revenue, we understand that this is happening and that it shouldn't be happening. So that's an actual expression of support for, in this case, BACA residents or unincorporated county residents who are also paying municipal sales tax. And then I think that a viable solution, my understanding is that people like Home Depot and Lowe's, when you do an online purchase, are actually asking, are you in town or out of town? So they're not inappropriately charging that sales tax, but that people like Amazon go off of zip code. So if they had a 4-digit extension on a zip code, they wouldn't be being charged municipal sales tax. So I think a viable solution is how to implement a 4-digit extension on BACA resident or surrounding area zip codes. And I appreciate that that Seth is asking, is there another government entity that we can ask those clarifying questions to? But I don't know I'd like to know what the process is for supporting them and adding a 4-digit extension. And or, like I said, just writing a letter to the Department of Revenue saying, we understand that this is happening and it really shouldn't be happening. And that's a lot to ask our board, but that's the direction I would be headed. I'm done.
The DOR website does list a specific rate and sales tax for zip codes, and it also lists an additional sales tax for unincorporated Saguache County. And I believe I've been made aware of it, but thank you for bringing it up, that apparently Lowe's and Home Depot are asking if you are in town. I would like to add that in some form or shape to my letter, to see if there's a difference in between these retailers and if they're gathering the information they need to in a proper way. And I guess I would also like to see how that could be used if a resident of town says that they are not a resident of town and tries to go the other route.
Yep. They sure could.
Yeah.
So that is actually something that I do have drafted. I just have not kind of put fresh eyes on it. I like to look at something I write twice, and I would like to get that over to the board. I will try to get that done as soon as possible, board.
Awesome, thank you. And so I will be asking for this to be on the agenda again. And once we gather official information, if we can get that, I'll probably be suggesting again that we look at whether or not we can actually express support for the situation. But sure, let's gather information first. Is it possible, if we wanted to know how to add a 4-digit extension to a zip code, is that something that we would call the post office and ask them?
I will be honest, that is a very novel question, and that's kind of on my list of things to do. I have not dealt with the Postal Service on that issue.
Because if that was available, then 2,500 people in the BACA could easily opt in or out municipal sales tax. And not all of them will opt out.
Trustee Kinney, I have those notes down, and I will try to get that draft over to you. And I have a little list of your comments also. That would just be a draft. I currently have it drafted from the town attorney. However, that could be changed to the mayor, the town attorney, or the board. And that would be something that you could edit. I am not going to send that until it is approved by the board.
Thank you.
One other additional item, if we're finished with the sales tax, was a request brought by a resident, Bruce Shelton, this morning. And we wound up making no decision because we felt we didn't know enough to make a decision. Scott, could you sort of walk Seth through that?
Yeah, so, Mr. Sheldon, he's the gentleman that you and I had spoken about a couple weeks ago, who.
Taylor Shelton?
No, different Sheldon, this is Sheldon with a D, his name's Bruce. He was asking about, he applied for a building permit, and he wanted to use composting toilet and a water storage system for drinking water, which is not expressly allowed in the code. You had provided me with something from, I believe, section 7, it was like 7.120, like that. That referenced that in order for construction to take place, water and sewer need to be figured out, basically, and if they want to do it in a different way than hooking up to town water and sewer, they need to get specific approval from the town. So he came to get specific approval from the town. And what he's asking to do is just, it's different than what we've really dealt with in the recent past. He wants to use composting toilet system, state approved gray water system, and a state approved water storage system for drinking water. And I think our questions were about how to go about approving that. Are we, the idea that had been brought up is requesting documentation that composting toilet had been approved by the state or county. We weren't 100% sure who would be doing that approval. And similar documentation for the gray water and water systems. But that was what
So
was,
the code that you and I were speaking about is 7.120, and that deals specifically with the water service tap. And that states that each business, dwelling, establishment, or building under separate ownership and desiring town water service shall have a separate water service tap, provided further that the property owner or developer of any new construction within the water service boundary of the town shall be required to connect such construction to the water system of the town. It goes further that an application for waiver of the requirement for new construction to connect to the town's water service shall be considered by the Board of Trustees on a case-by-case basis. So one, I would say that this is a issue solely tied to the freshwater tap.
He's not in the boundary.
Kim?
Yeah, the problem is that we do not provide water and sewer within a reasonable distance from the place he wants to build. It's gonna cost probably $250,000 to get that line towards his property. So he's wanting to do an alternative, for instance, a composting toilet, and, you know, then somebody brought up the fact that we need a perk test also to see if the ground can handle. And who's gonna inspect it? Is it the state? Is it the county? And he's talking about a rainwater storage system thing. You know, the tank would have to be approved by the state also, but where is he gonna get his water? There's all kinds of questions with this, but we can't provide him sewer and water, so we can't force him to do, yeah, we kinda have to allow him to drill a well or put in a septic tank if we can't provide it for him.
So, and this is very specific. I could not find
Yeah, it has nothing
code
to,
that spoke about our wastewater. So this is very specific to the freshwater and the tap for freshwater. And if he did we have an application? Did we find one, Scott? A formal application?
Yes, he did, file for me application.
And this would be only for the town's water service. It shall be considered by the Board of Trustees on a case-by-case basis. If he made that proposal, I would ask that the board accept his waiver, review that waiver. If they would like to take some time, ask the applicant additional questions, find additional research on there, and if need be, they could probably postpone the acceptance of that waiver, the approval of that waiver for a period of time also. I did not find very clear guidance on a waiver for gray water or sewer water connections though with the town. Everything in the town that I had was for freshwater taps in our code.
And so as far as the wastewater is concerned, he wants to do a composting toilet. If that is not specified in the town code, how to handle, I mean, how do we go about that piece?
It's in the state code. State
Well,
code,
say that again, I'm sorry.
the state code addresses all these issues. It has to meet NSF 2016.
So plumbing, I guess I should say plumbing is required by the state, and the county does have regulations, but the county may say that their regulations and their inspectors will not come into a municipal limit. But there are plumbing and electrical regulations that are statewide. Okay. I do not know the state regulations on composting toilets, on gray water systems, the recycle of gray water, whether or not perk tests are required. It sounds like a leach field would be going in which case there would be questions about the lot size. Is this going to affect your neighbor in any way? Is this going to create a possible nuisance in town? Raising groundwater, contamination of groundwater, possibly a offensive odor. Just a few questions there for sure on the wastewater side. Everything in the town code specifies freshwater.
So are we trying to say that anybody who is, $100,000 extension distance away from water and sewer has to get a building permit and meet state plumbing and state electrical guidelines, and there's no other authority for septic, sewer, or even water?
At this time,
There is a requirement for water service that has to be connected by the town, or the waiver has to be approved by the town board.
Great, okay. So now that I have a house up there that has town water to it, I can just put in a gray water system? Because there's
In a lot of codes, they are tied together. The wastewater system in our code does not cover all of that as I'm reading it.
Is that what you're hearing?
What I'm hearing is every individual that comes before this board gets treated differently.
No, I'm asking about the answer to the question.
Oh, yes, based on what he said, you can put in your septic system.
And so can Bruce.
And so can Bruce. Okay, Bruce is not within the boundaries of the water district,
Okay.
so that doesn't apply. Okay, the state water and sewer is what is in place because that's the state law. Okay, and you're treating different people differently, which I believe is against, and you might have it off the top of your head, the 14th Amendment, and that happens frequently here.
So if I put in a septic tank, the state is requiring, there's a question mark, the state is requiring an engineer's stamp on that?
No, they haven't.
Okay,
No.
and the town's not requiring an engineered stamp on that. So when I did put in my approved septic tank, black water and all, the county came in and approved it. But now I'm hearing that the county has no authority to approve or disapprove anything in the municipality.
Pretty much, I think.
So that's great.
Yeah.
So this means that we could, you know, try to educate ourselves and actually support some alternative systems, which are, you know, water conservative and all of that. I think that's highly encouraging. I'd like clarification on all of that. And as I said, I would love to be able to support Bruce and his efforts. But
The
right now,
issues most people are going to run into is lot size. To have some sort of a leach field, the requirements for your lot size and your setbacks from your lot lines and your neighbors or your neighbor's well are quite high. And that's generally what prevents most people from putting in any sort of leach fields with small lots.
also, we could never, ever approve a gray water system or a septic tank within the sewer district.
Right.
Because of our issues we've had in the past. And also, even if we were to say today or next month that we will support Bruce's efforts, I think that we should create a policy that requires some sort of approved system. So that we do have some authority
What would
over.
we base that on?
I think we could base that on a number of things, whether that's state or the people who have spent 40 years developing gray water systems or something, so that it's not a free for all. And so that we do have required perk tests to see how the soil is taking it and all of that.
Patrick, that's the thing, right? All requests for any sewer or any.
Yeah, I mean,
But-
when I got a septic tank, I had to do a perk test to see if
Yeah.
the soil could
Mhm.
handle it. And
Yeah.
to see how many infiltrators you need and so on and so on. So basically what I'm saying is, maybe I don't know if approving Bruce's request is. I think we could do that according to what I'm hearing, but I think everything else from here on out should be, you know, engineered and not necessarily approved by an engineer, but they should be presenting us plans to
And
say,
they
this
need
is
to
how
do
we're
the
gonna
work.
do it.
And maybe we should look at this from turn the situation a little. This waiver may be approved once we have more information about where the water you're asking for is going to go. The board may not feel comfortable providing water, not knowing where that water is going to go.
And
But
he's
if
saying
the
that he'll provide us,
application,
he's saying that he'll provide us a generally state-approved system. But that it's not specific to this location, and that's where the perk test would come in. So we could say, I don't think we have a policy to say this, but we could say we would, you know, ideally require a perk test to ensure that the soil in that specific location can handle the approved system, leach field.
Any change we made like that would be for going forward, because you said it wouldn't affect Bruce because we couldn't do it retrospectively.
Sure.
So
But we could
all
also,
in his own.
we could also say, sure, we approve your request, and then in 3 years, he could have a leach field that has one infiltrator and it's not working, and the water is in a cistern that's not being monitored and it's not clean, and so on and so on, and I guess we would say, we did what we were allowed to do.
No, you're the Board of Health.
and also the board could request that information from him in his application, his permit for waiver. At this time, if the board does not feel comfortable moving forward because of these unknowns, they can request that additional information.
We don't even have requirements that I'm aware of for regarding pumping septic tanks, you know, like every 2 years or every 5 years. I have not seen one.
Yeah,
And I'm sure there's some old septic tanks that were above that those people have probably never, haven't in 30 years since they were
Yeah.
installed,
Mhm.
had those things pumped. And, you know, we kinda need to set some guidelines here because that's uphill.
Mhm.
And, we can't let it
What-
infiltrate the
Well,
creek.
And we have a requirement to protect our water system.
And we are the health.
Yeah, and what's your understanding of us being the Board of Health?
You're the Board of Health. If there's a Board of Health type issue like open sewerage, you have the ability to act.
Do we
Okay?
have the ability to require, a visual on an engineered plan? A
It's
state
not
approved
according to
plan,
your regulations, the way I see it.
but we would
To
have
me, you've
the,
got a right to a setback. That's all you've got a right to.
but then we would have
And
the
the
ability
fact
to
that
go
they-
up there and say, this is a health issue
Yeah.
after the fact?
If there's open sewerage, you've got a right to deal with that. I don't know the law on that because I haven't looked at it, but I'm sure open sewerage is a Board of Health issue that you as the board have responsibility for.
I know I got on the board the first time 20 years ago so that I could approve gray water systems and composting toilets. So I'm all about it, and I would defer to other people's legal expertise to tell us how to handle Bruce's. And every single thing after Bruce's, I think we should create a policy and ordinances that support it with the approval of some legitimate plans and safeguards. But yeah, I'm all about it.
Me too.
But I don't know I don't know what to say legally for Bruce. So I would defer.
Would say without looking at his waiver, there are at least two things we could say. You could approve it, or you could ask for more information, and you could state some information that would help you make your decision, being that designed for the gray water, designed for a possible leach field, and if a perk test has been done, the board would like to see those results, and that would help them make that decision. If you're going to offer or allow him to put water on the property, we would like to know where that water is going to go.
Where's it coming from?
Yeah, so I would make a motion then that we approve Bruce's building permit and request for waiver with the condition that he provides state-approved plans for his gray water and water storage and composting toilet.
Both of the state standards and.
And I may ask that you just request that information before you do the approval.
To ask him to bring us more information, so that's already been done.
And a perk test, which makes it site-specific. Okay, if we wanna do that next month and just
Yeah, I
ask
think
for
we
the
could
information.
wait a little bit, I don't think he's ready to break ground yet, just yet.
So then we're asking for state standards on gray water, compost toilet, and water storage, and,
The NSF, composting
right,
toilet,
and then
Is he not?
I don't know how to time the perk test on that, cause he kind of needs to do a perk test before he can put it in the system.
right,
But that the building permit would be issued with a perk test.
yeah,
Okay,
let's address it next month.
all right,
Well, and the perk test would have to have results that are acceptable
right.
and allow a system.
Yeah.
Not just have one done.
Do you guys want me to communicate this to him so that he can work on this before the next meeting and?
Yeah.
Sure, or I can communicate with him.
Yeah, it's
If
gonna take
you're-
time, he's gonna have to call this person,
If you have
that
a
person, this
preference.
person.
If at all possible, it would be nice to have that come from the clerk. That way it is not just coming from one trustee specifically.
Okay.
Mhm. Exactly.
One last thing,
I'm sorry, board, okay, that got taken care of. Good.
benefits.
I think that's all I have brought forward from this morning.
Benefits cancellation,
Benefits.
Oh, benefits cancellation.
that would be M, we were gonna ask our attorney about that, I don't know where that is.
So,
Let me jump to my notes there, Mayor.
benefits cancellation. Scott, can
So-
you,
I pulled open just a little after seeing that on the topic, and under our personnel policy, compensation and benefits, we do include the dental benefit, I believe. So a change to that policy should entail a change to the personnel policy, which is part of our code. Is my direction. And I guess I may ask, is this a budgetary effort? I might just ask for some information there to help me make sure I'm on the right track, giving the town the right information there.
Scott, you had your hand up.
Yes, this is a budgetary effort, and I wanted to talk about it with y'all a little bit. CEBT and CRA, as far as the budget is concerned, I can see the logic in canceling those. The dental insurance is pretty dang cheap. We pay like $140 a month for everybody. So that's pretty affordable benefit. If we could retain that, I think that's an attractive thing and not necessarily that helpful to cut. So I would recommend not cutting Delta Dental, but CEBT and CRA would be spending a decent amount there.
I do want to say, I know that on the private side, there is some legislation where some sort of a retirement account is now mandated for or employers within the state of Colorado. I'm trying to see if that was the case for our governmental entities. And if we haven't looked at that simply because we did have CRA in place. And if we take away CRA, if another entity has to be offered to employees. So that is also on my list there.
And that's determined by how many hours a week the person works. Do you know that number off the top of your head?
Yeah.
Cause we're proposing hours be capped at 32 hours.
I need to look at that. I think that it's almost even like FAMLI, which the town opted into last year. That is for any employee, even part-time. So the town is currently paying approximately the 1.5% of the wage, and the employee is also contributing the 1.5% of the wage for FAMLI, which those benefits will be allowed or eligible for the employees January 1, 2024.
And what does FLNI stand for?
It's the Colorado version of FMLA.
Do you know, is this a trick question?
It's a leave question. It's something that makes it so that,
Personal leave?
yeah, when employees have big personal events, they have a way to take leave, and there's like the way the family leave works, everybody is paying into it, and then if somebody needs to take leave, they can dip into that pool that everybody is paid into.
Excellent, thank you.
So we had proposed, unless it changed, $14,500 for benefits. Whereas we were trying to back out of a lot of like health insurance and some other stuff, but we're trying to retain that money that could be dispersed. And we've proposed that could be a health stipend, other things, which is kind of like, I think it came out to, $500 or $600 per eligible employee every month that they could use for going to a chiropractor or supplementing their own health insurance, or you name it. But there is money in there to retain the dental and still have money set aside for a health stipend. So I think dental is a really great thing to be able to offer. It's within the proposed budget, so it's not needing
And
to
the
have.
Family and Medical Leave Insurance Program, FAMLI, I believe that had a 3-year opt-into requirement. So we would not be able to opt out for the next 3 calendar years.
Okay.
But also with a reduction of town staff, the actual costs of the benefit packages will go down.
Yeah. Anyway, I would support retaining the dental, and if we have to pass a ordinance to. How did you start the conversation, Seth? I'm drawing a blank.
Yeah, the dental is part of our personnel policy, which is in our code. The appendix 2C, the personnel policy. The benefits are actually section.
Oh, and was it just the dental?
I believe that all I found was the dental in our personnel policy.
So we wouldn't necessarily have to create a new ordinance if we retain the dental?
At this time, that is how I am reading that. I did want to look into the requirement for retirement or a package that is offered to employees to see if that is only for private employers within the state or also governmental entities.
And what the hourly requirement is.
Okay. So yes, section 7.1.04 of the personnel policy discusses the dental insurance benefit. And that is not offered until they have completed the 90-day period of time from their date. It does say that the town also offers a health insurance benefit for all employees who complete the 90-day probation period. So it does include health insurance, health and dental. It does distinguish between full-time employees who are covered at 100% and part-time employees who are covered at 50% of the premiums.
So we would have to pass an ordinance getting rid of health insurance?
Yeah.
Unless we could fit that into the 14,500 at the 50%.
Those are that's the budget numbers that I don't want to say I've pretended to know yet.
So you're adding $5,000 to a part-time worker. Roughly.
Assuming that's what it would cost.
Well, that would be top of my head, the insurance was over 10 grand per employee for health insurance. Right?
For
Yeah,
full-time.
it was a little over $900 a month, but I think it's sad to say in that if everybody's part-time, the town would only be paying 50%.
So you're not, so you're adding $5,000. Half of 10,000 is 5,000. So somebody that's working 5 hours a week is getting a theoretical raise of $5,000 divided with that.
No, I mean, that would only work if it only applied to the 32-hour employee. Obviously, it can't apply to the 5-hour employee. So we need to get clear on the requirements.
You just said it,
So a 5-hour employee
after 90 days.
we're required to provide
Health insurance.
health
And
insurance.
dental insurance. And 1.5%, it sounds like a family, yet that might not.
According to our ordinance, not according to the state. And if that's the case, I would say, could we look at an ordinance that requires 50% of a health insurance for a 32-hour employee, but not a 5-hour employee? And with our $14,500 benefit allotment, if we were to pay a 32-hour employee $500 a month to supplement their health insurance, then we're already paying $6,000 a year for those employees, and that's within our budget. But yeah, clearly we would not do that for a 5-hour employee. So if we have to change our ordinance to address that, then let's change our ordinance to address that.
Or you just address that in your hiring procedure. Are you gonna hire someone for 5 hours a week?
Yes. And we're not gonna pay them
Then
$500 a month for health insurance. So do we need to change our ordinance to address that? Is what I just heard.
I guess there's two ways to do that. One would be to amend your code, your personnel policy, which can be done. And two is the town looking to hire someone to work 5 hours a week?
Yes.
Is that something they do on a regular basis?
That's something we're exploring as necessary in the next year. So then, yes, we need to change our personnel policy, so we should put it on the agenda for January. And then we can decide, does that mean we wanna do a health stipend, or does that mean we wanna do 50% of health insurance for 32-hour employees and dental? Which it actually may or may not be cheaper to do 50% versus a health stipend. But I also think that it could be more valuable to the prospective employee to just get the health stipend, because they might not want $1,000 a month health insurance policy. They might want $500 a month for chiropractor. Or,
And the employee may refuse the benefits.
oh, okay, fantastic. Oh, but then are they eligible for the health stipend?
Well, we don't have a health stipend in our personnel policy yet,
Okay,
so that would
so
be
in
a question for the
January,
board.
yeah, in January, we should have on the agenda to rework our personnel policy.
should there be a work session prior to that?
Probably, that'd be pretty awesome.
I would anticipate that probably does take a work session or two, and it's gonna take a little bit of time.
All right, so then we also had the, there was one other thing,
Enterprise.
enterprise
Enterprise.
ordinance, yeah.
So there was a question about the enterprise fund, and do we have to put something in the ballot? In our election, resolution, or whenever we get to the point that we're actually, working on, extra verbiage or provisions for the 2024 election, do we have to mention the enterprise fund? And our interest in not continuing it? If that's our
So,
interest.
as I was reading through the agenda yesterday, this one also caught my eye. There's questions about, people are questioning the propriety of this enterprise fund or the status of this fund. And if we are looking to do away with this fund, how is that done? Is that via an ordinance? I need to find out the effective and correct way to do so. This has a lot of things that I wrote down related to budget issues. And a question is, if I am to remove this fund, is this an administrative function, which can be done by our town staff, the treasurer? Or is this needed by a motion of the board? Or is this needed by a vote of the populace?
Yeah, we know the answer.
We do, I don't, yeah. But then Seth, if we're approving a budget tomorrow that intends to not function as an enterprise, we kind of, does that mean we approve the budget contingent upon an ordinance that takes us out of enterprise status?
So any budget you approve has some flexibility in it. You are not going to know the fund balance at the end of the year. You're not. You're not going to know down to the dollar what was spent or what you anticipate being spent. It is your best guess. It's your working constraints that you're in. I was unaware until yesterday that it seems like you're trying to do away completely with the enterprise fund and you're trying to wrap that up into our general fund. Is that my guess there?
Correct.
It's already in there because of the money going in. The enterprise fund does not need Tabor as we currently sit here. The code calls the fund
So-
enterprise funds.
My largest concern about doing anything to remove whatever possible status of enterprise fund we have is if we need to raise money in a way for the infrastructure for a big project, the town is going to have to put that to a vote.
That's right.
And that vote will not be held during a special election usually. That will usually be during your November or your April elections. And that is the possibility to slow down any anticipated growth and any anticipated needs. If there is a issue and that fund is receiving over 10% from taxes or another way, then you probably are looking at losing your Tabor certification. And that just gets us back to what can that fund do? How can that fund look to increase the revenue in that fund so that it can correctly and adequately take care of whatever that fund is established for? So I did have a question of, is that an administrative function? So something that can be done by the town staff, where they are just actually making those changes in our budget, our line items. Is that something that has to be done by motion? Or is that something that has to be done by election? So I will try to get some of that information to you tomorrow.
So going along with that is we come back to the ballot initiative that put the 0.5% of sales tax into water and sewer to begin with. Then got taken out on another ballot initiative. And now that money should be going back into the operations fund. And the easiest way for doing that is for the board to put it on the ballot, rather than having the citizens have to do that. When does the ballot for that have to be done? Because if the mayor says that the ballots have to be distributed in January, this is not happening.
No, the packets, the board packets, if you're going to petition to become a trustee, then you pick those up in January.
So it's the board packets for running, not for what the ballot has.
I think that these are questions that are best aimed at Miss Egbert.
But as far as I know, it's just the board packets for the pickup to go get signatures. If you're planning to be a candidate.
I'll talk to Judy.
I think you have quite a few questions, Seth.
I do. There's a lot of questions coming from town, especially this last week. So
There are probably several that have a higher priority based on, like, the enterprise fund, or things having to do with the election.
And as I,
We have we'll have the election questions handled now with this contract, but we do need, at your convenience and as you're able, to have that contract for Judy Egbert.
and as I said on the phone, you know, December is regular, but come January, if we approve this budget, there's a significant decrease in what we're spending, in this case, on an attorney. So the amount of workload we're putting on you today is significant. And really, you should try to fit it into your December timeframe, because come January, I think you're going to want to reassess what's required of you. and how much workload we put on you.
I appreciate that.
I have a question for Seth, following up on the Heather triplet money. Has anybody found it?
So the town attorney can do so much. The town attorney is definitely not the treasurer. I don't spend time going through the town books, the town accounts. I have a limited scope. I will admit that. I do not know where the funds from triplet were deposited and when she completed and complied with the terms, where that check was made from. That would be a question that I need to defer to someone else, who I would generally defer to the town treasurer.
All right, the town's been without a town treasurer for, it appears to be over 6 weeks, at least, maybe longer. Under the state law, they're supposed to have a town treasurer, and there must be some time limit on how long they can go without it. And they haven't had a financial report in more than 3 months. So making down to the penny or dollar amounts as the fund balances when no one knows any of the numbers.
Clarification, down to the penny and the dollar is simply what we intend to spend and what we intend to bring in 2024. That's regardless of how much we spent in 2023.
You have
So
no idea.
our goal is to not spend more than we bring in.
Well, that is the requirement. I believe the board, the trustees, the budget committee, everyone knows that to have a budget that is passed, it has to be balanced.
And this budget doesn't balance.
I guess we'll talk about that tomorrow.
Okay, we'll save it for tomorrow.
On paper it balances. But
Is there anything else? A motion to adjourn?
I'd like to make the motion that we adjourn.
I'd like to hear a second to that motion from someone.
I do.
Armando. All in favor of adjourning signify by aye.
Aye.
And the time was 3:31. Seth, thank you for everything.
Thank you, Seth.
Thank you, board.
I was very tired.